What is up, folks? Happy Friday, and welcome to another installment of the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday Night bonus stream. Bruninji, good looking out as always. I'm staying hydrated. Don't you worry about that. Chatters, lurkers, VOD viewers, everybody else, welcome. Zerwin, what's up? Hope everybody's doing well. I've been feeling really tired this week for some reason. Maybe it's been too much intense Taito arcade gaming. But I was basically having the night off yesterday. I wasn't streaming, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't working out, even though I maybe should have, but I was like, do I just play some video games? Do I do some drawing, catching up with my request queue? Dude, I just got home from work yesterday. I made dinner. I went, I had to go get groceries, which was also a little bit, well, not too much of an ordeal, just a very slight ordeal. Got home, made dinner, and after eating, I was just like, I can't even remember what I did. I basically just, I don't know, fucking watched YouTube videos for like a couple hours before I went to bed, and I don't know, man, some things, I think I've been just, I've been eating and sleeping too terribly lately. I need to make some changes. I need to, get back into better habits, and, hopefully that'll clear things up. But I will say it's, well, it's not spring just yet. We still have plenty of snow outside, but it's, we're approaching springtime territory, which I'm always excited for. Spring's my favorite time of the year, because it's no longer winter, and it's not unbearably hot yet either. I mean, I don't mind summer. We don't get too much of it here, so it's a nice treat. But the spring is like ideal, and just having more sunlight, more you know, better weather and everything. I don't know. It just always gets me in a good mood, because I'm always in a terrible mood in you know, the winter 8 months of the year. So that has me excited. In any case, we have been playing some Taito arcade games recently on account of me getting the Eager 2 Mini, and that's been very exciting, and I'm super looking forward to doing more of that. But today we are, of course, doing a little bit of a detour for some fighting games. And that's always a good time. It's always mixed feelings. I don't know. Nah, it's always fun, but it's always a little bit nerve-wracking to see what people are going to pick. And we always seem to have some kind of just terrible technical issues to soldier through. So we'll see how that goes tonight. I mean, it depends a little bit on what games get picked, but you don't know that ahead of time, and that's part of the excitement. Taco, what's up, dude? Spring, just early summer that makes your nose run. Yeah, I mean, thankfully I don't suffer from any kind of allergies or seasonal afflictions like that. So, you know, I'm grateful for that. It's, yeah, I mean, maybe that's why I like spring so much, because it doesn't. Spring is like the one season that doesn't come with some disclaimer or asterisk. It's just nice. It's just good. My video is slightly behind. I don't think anything should be any different than normal. I don't know what would cause that, if it's on your end or my end. Hopefully it's not too distracting. It should not be an issue. Like, as far as I can tell, just looking at my whatchamacallit, OBS preview, it doesn't look like there's some conspicuous amount of video delay. Like, I'm sure my video and audio feeds aren't perfectly in sync, because that shit's a fucking nightmare to set up and troubleshoot and whatever else. But I don't think there's any reason to suspect that there would be any more delay or anything else than normal. But hey, it is one of these streams after all, so maybe we're just getting started early on technical issues. Although, in fact, we already have some technical issues. Like, that shit's already started, because when I was setting up, it did help. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear. I had an OBS crash that was kind of... It essentially forced my hand into rebooting my PC entirely. And I've been having some weird... So what happened was I was switching scenes, and switching scenes just made it crash. But I am switching scenes using like streamer bot scripts that change a bunch of stuff. So clearly changing, like playing that action triggered a crash, and that has happened before. In fact, the last time we did one of these streams, that happened. So I'm a little bit anxious about figuring out what is causing that, because it's obviously not a one-to-one thing. It's not like OBS crashes every time I switch scenes, obviously. But that also means that it's not that easy to pinpoint what exactly the issue is. So I'm a little bit worried. Like, hopefully, you know, if we're being superstitious, we'll say that whatever was going on, OBS has got it out of its system, or if it's streamer bot or whatever the issue lies, and it'll be fine for the rest of tonight. But who knows? So if the stream dies as I'm switching scenes, that's probably what's happening, and and we'll, I don't know, we'll try to salvage it best we can, but we'll hopefully not have to deal with that. Dan Almighty, what is up? Happy Friday. Anyway, enough about my terrible eating and sleeping habits and about my terrible technical problems. Let's instead get into the topic at hand. We are going to be playing some fighting games, and you guys are going to help me pick which games to play. In case you have not been around for one of these streams before, the way this works is that we are going to be doing a series of raffles where you may enter your name into a list of names to be picked from. I don't know why I'm explaining this in such a convoluted word salad of a way, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. You can enter a raffle, and if you win the raffle, you get to pick the next game, and you get to pick that game from a list that you can find right here. Link in chat. Ushi84, what is up? Greetings, greetings. Happy Friday. This list of games consists primarily of stuff in my collection / backlog with a smattering of emulated arcade games. As I get new games in my collection, they get added to the list. The King of Fighters 15, of course, one of the more recent additions. I was asked whether I was going to add the fighting games that are on the Eager 2 Mini to this list, which, frankly, I had not considered. But there are a handful of them on there. That prompted me to think about games that may be on some other devices I have, like at least the Mega Drive Mini, I think, may have games that I don't have in my collection. Like, I think the Yu Yu Hakusho game, or, is it Yu Yu Hakusho? Or is it some, no, it's something else, right? It's, I forget what it is. Maybe it's Yu Yu Hakusho, the treasure game. I think that might be on there. And, like, I think there's probably some, I don't know if, like, Street Fighter or Eternal Champions or something are on there, but I have those on cartridge anyway, so they'd be on the list already. But there might be something that's only on there that I don't have elsewhere. And on the Eager 2 Mini, there's obviously Kaiser Knuckle and Dankuga, but Violence Fight is on there too, and that definitely qualifies for this project. I have not added those to the list as of today, but I will look into the feasibility of having them on here. The thing is, I do intend to bring my Eager 2 Mini to my office and keep it there, in which case, obviously, those games wouldn't be available. But we'll see. I thought it was a fun idea that I hadn't really considered, so we'll look into it. In the meantime, there are still about 140 games to pick from. Currently, our completion status on this project is a whopping 52.48%. We have completed 148 games out of 282 on the list. And that 282 also includes a small handful of PS3 games that are currently inaccessible on account of them not working or haven't been confirmed to work on my poor old launch PS3. And that's primarily a couple of Tekken games. There might be some other things on here. In any case, there are a lot of games to pick from, and you guys get to determine what we're going to play. There will be raffles. If you are subscribed, you will have a higher chance of winning the raffle. That's the best I've been able to come up with in terms of actual tangible benefits to subscribing to my channel. That's definitely something I would love to offer more. I just have not been able to come up with much or had time to prepare anything. Streaming is fun, but dang, is it a time-consuming hobby. Between like preparing stuff, uploading VODs, and organizing like graphics and everything else, I don't know. It's I can see why people do this full time. Since I do not, I have a full-time day job. Things like that are a little bit of a struggle. So, despite me not being able to offer that much in terms of exciting benefits, I am, of course, endlessly gracious and thankful to the people who do choose to support me financially. But even those who don't, just hanging around, contributing to the atmosphere of hanging out and having a good time, I appreciate all of you as well, of course. With all that said, Uche84 is getting ready there with rigging protocols at the ready. Man, we're doing this so like infrequently that every time I kind of forget the sort of smart stuff I have set up to make this easier for me. But let us see if we can set up a raffle. I believe everything is set up. And I believe that I should then be able to do this. To announce that the raffle is open. And you now have 3 minutes to type raffle in chat. And that'll let you join. Got some exciting Lunar Rescue background ambience right now. And yeah, for those who haven't been around on the most recent streams, the music we're listening to tonight is the Taito 70th Zuntata 35th Anniversary Soundtrack Collection that came with the Eager 2 Mini Deluxe bundle that I got. Some bangers of hot arcade jams on that. These late 70s games, maybe not the most exciting in terms of music, but it's pretty fun that they put them on there. Just the sound effects from the games, basically. Anyway, what else is there to talk about? I guess King of Fighters 15 is, of course, the hot topic currently as far as fighting games go. Well, I guess the hot topic is Evo announcements and stuff, which happened.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Itinerant Soldier just subscribed, ready for some fightins. Thank you very much for your continued support. 7 months of Unspeakable Horror is nothing to sneeze at. Thank you, appreciate it. King of Fighters 15, of course, at Evo, which is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. And I don't know, I'm feeling kind of I don't know if stressed out is the right word. I want to play KOF a lot more. I haven't touched it since I played it on stream last. I've just been so busy with other stuff, and it's just like exhausting to even just seeing other people be excited for it and play it a lot. I feel like I'm like falling behind. Not that I was keeping up with anything in the first place, but I don't know. I do want to play it more. Maybe I'll try to find some time to just chill with it off stream. I'm liking it a lot. It's I'm looking forward to catching more like tournaments and competition and stuff. I haven't seen that much versus play, a little bit, and generally it's been exciting to watch. So that's fun. But it's gonna be cool to see it at EVO. A bunch of other games. MK11 is at EVO too, which has me very excited because that's a game I really like. It's a game that I've enjoyed watching, and I'm glad to get to see it at another kind of high-profile event. Like that's a game that hasn't had. You know, it's not been quite as bad as Sam Show or like Grand Blue Versus, but it's definitely kind of suffered from, like every game, you know, from not having offline competition during the pandemic. So as a game that I particularly like, I'm excited to sort of catch up with that. All right, let's see who gets the raffle here. Let's go. Boom. Ushi84, rigging successful. Job well done. What else can be said? Yeah, there's definitely some characters that have been standing out a little bit as being extremely powerful. Terry, Vanessa, and Ralph are like the standouts right now, but it'll be interesting to see how they kind of handle balance changes, whether we'll see some updates alongside the new DLC teams and everything. The first team is supposed to drop this month, so that's going to be fun. Ushi, are you with us? Are you preparing a pick here? Wanted to see me play more KOF 15, so KOF 15. All right, well, there we go. Before I forget it, let me address your question, Taco. Am I going to buy that Scorpion? The Scorpion that Taco is referring to is the recently announced 1/6 scale MK11 classic skin Scorpion from Storm Collectibles. I think I'm going to wait and see on that. Storm stuff doesn't generally like sell out on pre-orders or anything. I want to get it. It looks great, honestly, but it is $250. And right now, I'm like between the Igor 2 Mini and paying back some student loans and some other expenses. Like I really don't feel good about making that kind of purchase. But maybe by summer, I'll have more money burning a hole in my pocket and just be excited to buy it. So we'll see. But it looks cool, though. We're going to be preparing KOF 15, but I do want to give a short disclaimer here that I have had some crashing issues when switching scenes here, so apologies if the stream explodes. But hopefully it should be fine. I guess this is where we want to be. Cobra Kai. This is kind of an interesting game, but we're moving on from it. And we're going to be playing the King of Fighters 15. Oh, I guess I should probably start Steam, shouldn't I? In fact, I should probably plug in my arcade stick first. I did get the Egrets 2 Mini arcade stick that I'm excited to try out at some point. I was considering giving it a go for the stream tonight. But I kind of figured I don't want to do a complete blind, like, I don't think this is the right opportunity for like trying stuff out like that without having any idea if it's going to work at all. So we shall, I'll probably mess with it off stream to see if it's a good idea. I do like the mobility. It's by far the smallest stick I have, which has its appeal, even if it's maybe a little too small, honestly. All right, I just gotta wait for Steam. Just enjoy these jams in the meantime. Oh, I hope there hasn't been a big patch or anything. Oh boy. There's a patch. Hopefully it doesn't... Shit, I think... Well, just have to wait and see. I think last time... Like, it's 22 megs of a patch, and it's halfway done already. But it's something with, like, the data files. Last time I patched it, it had to, like, update 20 gigs of something or other. Not downloading it necessarily, but just because everything is, like, in this big pack file or whatever. I don't understand. PC gaming is weird and complicated. But we shall see. Hopefully we'll be able to boot this up real quick. I'm not really getting any kind of progress on this though, but just says that it's 100% complete. I'm sure we'll be allowed to start it soon enough. I guess I can go to spreadsheet here ahead of time and prepare this for being filled in once we're done playing here. This is like the one game I have been playing recently, so you would think this would be ready to go here. But no. I mean, I guess this is the rare, like, actual new game So I guess that comes with its own complications of like patches. I mean, most of the games we play for these streams, having to wait for new patches is not exactly an ongoing concern. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it finished downloading. There we go. But it has to patch 23 gigs first. It's got a worrisome... okay, yeah, it's got a, like, progress bar that kept going up. It's kind of going up and down here. Between, like, 20 and 47 minutes remaining. It's like 10% complete, so it is moving forward. I don't know if we can... I think there's much I can do to make it go faster. Like, I don't think the... Like, I've got download speeds throttled so it doesn't kill my stream in case I need to download something. Or it doesn't just kill my internet connection. But I'm pretty sure the installing thing isn't... Like, the disk usage I don't think is throttled. It shouldn't be anyway. I don't think there's anything I can really do to... to affect that either, as far as I'm aware. No, that's just the same. Okay. Well, as I said, I guess it wouldn't be one of these streams without a bunch of weird technical issues. What's up, Track Zero? Patching streams, the new meta. Yeah, that's... You know, if I'd had a little bit of forethought, I would try to make sure that this was taken care of already. It would have been if I'd bothered playing this some other time. But hey, I mean, at least I've got you guys to keep me company while I'm waiting for this. See, and now I'm in this awkward position of like, well, do I like just give up on this and say, all right, fuck it, this will just put in the background and we'll do something else in the meantime? But now the ETA is like 10 minutes. Like, it keeps changing, and if it's going to keep going down faster, then it might just be like 5 minutes, and we can wait 5 minutes, but I don't really want to wait like... Or I at least feel anxious about just sitting here for like 25 minutes. I don't know if I want to like do an entire whole, you know, raffle or whatever, but like, fuck it, let's just keep this going. Make chat wait for it is what they deserve. I was gonna say, well, I'm sure, you know, surely I can think of some way of filling 20 minutes of dead air. That isn't usually a problem. I guess I can mention real quick about the that scorpion figure. I don't know if there's that much more to talk about, but it is, as I mentioned, a 6th scale, so it's basically full on like cloth outfit and everything, which is not something like, I don't know, some of you may recall we did an action figure unboxing stream. It was a long time ago by this point, but I'd gotten a discount on a like Frazetta Death Dealer figure, which is basically my first foray into 6th scale figures, which is something I've been like curious about dipping my toes in for a long time, because primarily I collect stuff that's like in the 7-inch scale, and thereabouts, and some other stuff here and there. And when I got that Death Dealer figure, I was pretty bummed because like, it looks cool, I guess, but it was even like weirdly difficult to assemble. It's got one of those like fleshy, muscular bodies on a metal armature, and the body felt so weird and fleshy and just fragile in a way that I just felt really scared to even handle it. And you had to apply like pretty ample force just to kind of snap the feet onto the legs and stuff like that. So I just like, it was just uncomfortable to handle. And getting the outfit on it, you had to do a lot of like threading these thin wires through like these armor bits and everything. It was just like, so I mean, it's still sitting in its box. Game has 0 issues. What's up, Sword Fan? Ushi, you're cursed. I mean, you may see it that way. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the cursed one, because I can't get through any one of these streams without a bunch of weird issues like that. But it's all good. Like I said, you know, I've got you guys to keep me company. And I don't know, the JoJo's thing, I think that was really my fault, because I thought I'd had everything installed, and it turns out I didn't. And, I mean, KOF 15 on PC, like, the way it's patching, and you have to install this whole, like, 20 gig thing, like, it's just kind of weird that it's done that way. And it's a little unusual. But with PS3, it doesn't matter what it is, patching and installing is always going to take 500 years, like, that was a fuck up on my part. I thought I had everything installed. I deliberately made sure to have as much as possible on this game list installed, and then I just didn't have that one installed, but oh well. Speaking of, All-Star Battle is getting a new version this year, which is kind of funny, because when JoJo All-Star Battle came out in, like, what, 2012, 2013? Something like that. People were not excited about it. Like, it was not received well. It had a shit ton of, like, weird mobile game, free-to-play stamina shit in it. Like, it had weird online focused unlocked stuff that I heard was just like there's like the PAL version specifically. At some point, the servers were just, like, disconnected and whatever, so you can't unlock stuff in that version. Like, most of the game's just not accessible anymore. But even then, it was, like, you know... even disregarding its qualities or lack thereof as a competitive fighting game... like, yeah, sure, it was always a game that had, like, a lot of fan service and, like, really cool visuals and everything. But it was still just as a package and experience, didn't seem like super great. But now, like, in the years since that has come out, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has become such, like, the level of household name and recognition that brand has now compared to then in the English-speaking world is just, like, night and day. Because I feel like when that game came out, it was definitely... Like, as far as anime games, anime licensed games were concerned, like, it was still very much a niche title. And now it's like, I saw, you know, it's funny, like, they announced that thing in the Sony Nintendo Direct, and all the reactions I saw on Twitter, like, people seemed unaware that it was an existing game already. Like, people are like, oh shit, a JoJo fighting game? It's like, yeah, it's the JoJo fighting game that came out a decade ago. Like, it's a port of an existing game. Like, now granted, it seems like they're actually making significant changes to it. But yeah, people seemed excited for it with zero awareness of the original version of that game. That's not to say that people are wrong to be excited. When we did eventually play that for these streams, like, it was kind of cool. Like, it's an enjoyable game. It's just kind of a weird game. But, you know, admittedly, a lot of what was weird about it is certainly things they could address. So even if, you know, as someone who's not particularly interested in it, I'm not going to buy it, you know. It'll be interesting to see how it's received. And it'll be interesting to see, like, certainly there's a much bigger audience for it, I think now, than when it first came out. So I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised if this new release does not outsell the original release. I'm pretty sure it would. But it'll be interesting to see how it's actually, like, how it's received and how different it's actually going to be. But to go back, what I was going to say about the action figure stuff, I felt like I kind of dodged a bullet when I got that Death Dealer figure, because I'd been tempted to sort of get into 6th scale figure collecting, which is not only expensive, because those figures are, of course, big and expensive, even compared to the stupidly expensive figures I already collect. There's also that whole, like, customizing and tailoring and, like, that whole aspect of... That doesn't necessarily have to be a part of collecting those types of figures, but it's part of why I'm interested in it. Or have been. But when I was able to get that Death Dealer figure at a discount, I felt like I realized that, like, nope, I do not actually want to get into this. And I was able to come to that realization from buying a, like, $100 to $120 figure as opposed to buying a $200 figure. So, like, I kind of got away easy on that one. But Storm's 12-inch Scorpion, I think, looks very good in a lot of ways, because I collect Storm's MK figures. I like them for the most part. Storm's, like, engineering and quality is always top-notch. But, you know, they have this kind of style to them that, you know, they don't really have much competition as far as classic MK character action figures go, so I'm happy with them, you know, as such. But they all have this, like, very bulky size and proportion to them. They're, like, these massively broad shoulders, and it's just, like, it's a style that it's consistent and it's fine, but it's not really, like, screen accurate, you know? The figures don't physically resemble the actors who portrayed the characters in the original games. But this 12-inch Scorpion figure has much more realistic proportions. Because the outfit is mostly cloth with actually a significant amount of sculpted parts, where it makes sense and where it looks good. It just managed to have a much more natural look altogether, and like it's the classic, like, MK1 style skin, or MK2 I guess, from MK11 with all the details and everything, and that's, like, I don't know, I think they nailed it with those skins in the game, and the figure looks like an excellent representation of it. So it's basically the quintessential, like, classic looking Scorpion. So I'm like, you know, do I want to start collecting a bunch of 12-inch MK figures? I don't know. Are they going to make more? Who knows? But even if I just were to get the one, at least Scorpion is, like, a figure I could live with having just the one. And it is, like, one of my favorite designs. Even the default look for Scorpion in MK11 is one of my favorite looks for the character. I don't know who they could make that I would be super excited for. Like, if they were making more MK11 stuff, that would make for a good figure. But I'd be, you know, I'd be interested to see what they were doing. And I don't know. So, like I said, it looks great. I'd love to have it. Whether I can justify spending $250 on it is maybe a different question. But it's supposed to come out in fall, so presumably it's not going to sell out before it releases, so I have a good couple of months to make up my mind on whether I want to get it or whether I can justify spending the money on it or not. I mean, speaking of, like that's the thing about my, as I mentioned, I'm very skittish about spending money on it right now. Because not only have I had a bunch of expenses, I still have a whole slew of pending pre-orders. You know, stuff that was scheduled to release in December, all of which could basically drop at a moment's notice. And the way it works, like, I haven't paid for any of that stuff. It'll, the money's going to be pulled out of my account when they ship, and that's like Gintaro, Tiras, Gilius, the Golden Axe 3 Dead Frame 2-pack. So, like, that alone right there is what, $500-600? There's also, I think, there's a couple of Master of the Universe Origin figures. There's the McFarlane MK11 Kotal Khan. There's, I think, another McFarlane DC Multiverse figure or two. And that might be it. But even, like, all of that was at one point or another scheduled for release in December 21. And it's been, like, pushed, you know, when December rolled into January, they were scheduled for January. January turned into February, and then March, and And there's also the Power Rangers TMNT Green Ranger Shredder, which is scheduled for April. The other TMNT Power Rangers figures were also scheduled for April, but they showed up in like January. So who knows? The point is, I've got a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna have to pay for, so I'm very reluctant to add anything else to that list. Part of the reason, honestly, not a big part, I guess, but at least a slight part of why I have not, despite actually being sort of tempted to, why I have not picked up Elden Ring. I've been, I think, fairly vocal about my lack of interest in that game. But it's actually been interesting listening to people talk about it. I never had the impression that I wouldn't like it. It's just that I've already got a bunch of other Dark Souls games sitting in my collection waiting to be played that I could get to. But it's been quite interesting. I haven't like actively sought out Elden Ring opinions, but it's, you know, it's hard to avoid them, I think. And because, you know, the thing with that game is the fact that it's supposed to be this big open world. For any game, that's usually more of a that's not you know, attractive to me. Games being big and open usually just means that they're empty and tedious and much longer than they need to be. So adding like open world as some kind of a bullet point to the back of the box is like far more of a like a demerit than a merit, as far as I'm concerned, broadly speaking. But by all accounts, like, it sounds like Elden Ring is actually justifying its big open world and doing interesting things with it. And the way people describe the experience of playing that game does not, you know, make it seem similar to what you would necessarily associate with, you know, capital O, capital W, open world type games. But to be perfectly honest, like, the one specific thing that actually made me go, like, you know what, I kind of want to play it, actually, is seeing some screenshots that flat out made the game look like the world as depicted in that picture, or those pictures. It looked like a Vallejo painting or something. Just this, like, vaguely abstract, cloudy, foggy background blending, like, clouds and mountains and castles and, like, into this pseudo-abstract, just very painterly landscape. I thought was fascinating, because that's been, like, something, like, specifically those sort of almost abstract environments in those kinds of, like, fantasy sci-fi paintings. Not, you know, specifically and only those, but to me, those, like, perfectly encapsulate what I would like to see attempted in, like, game art, or you know, I love that kind of art to begin with, and I think it's sort of frustrating in a way to see such a lack of attempts at, like, even, you know, in all kinds of different games with all kinds of different art styles and all kinds of different budgets. Like, there's a very... that has just stood out to me as, for a long time, as something that I would love to see a game that looks like this. And I feel like the closest you get are, you know, fucking Lionheart on the Amiga or whatever. Like, 2D games that can literally be very painterly. They can just have painted art. And it's certainly not a technical limitation that you couldn't do something like that with 3D. But it's a type of stylization and a type of visual, you know, approach that I don't know, I couldn't think of many examples of. I just kind of saw, you know, I wouldn't say, I would not have pegged, like, even previous From Software games as doing that either. Like, in some ways, yes. Like, you could point to comparisons in any one of those games, sure, but, like, in the very specific, or it's not even specific, but, like, that holistic kind of the vibe, like capturing the entire vibe, as opposed to like pinpointing specific architecture or character design or creature design elements. Just capturing that vibe and tone isn't something that I felt I've seen in a game. So seeing that in those screenshots kind of made me go like, fuck, you know, this is what I've literally what I've been kind of asking for. So that definitely made me want to play that. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, everyone says like the game is gigantic and there's like nothing feels repeated and everything. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons I'm curious to play that. I'm not in any extreme hurry, granted, but we'll see. I guess I'll probably... I mean, the other thing too is that I guess it's got a lot of technical issues. It's not running super well on any platform. So maybe with some luck, some of that can get worked out. And if that's the case, you know, they can fix that shit first. Anyway, it appears that our KOF hatching adventure has reached its conclusion. Let's boot this up. Let's get rid of these Zuntara jams and see if I can capture KOF. There we go. Boy, fighting games. I guess we're doing those.
The King of Fighters 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole thing, of course. Like, how realistic is it to expect such and such? I don't know. But since I'm not necessarily in a hurry for it anyway, I can use that as, you know, maybe by the time I get to it, some of these things may have been addressed. Right, so I just wanted to take a quick look here to see, so I figured we should play this with a real team. I mean, I guess we could do one of the secret ending teams or whatever. But I was curious to pick one of these teams that are actually gonna get additional mid-game story cutscenes. I think that pretty much... okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna say that pretty much means Sacred Treasures, because Team Ash, Team Rival, and Team Hero, I don't really know or like many of those characters. There's like one character per team at most that I feel somewhat comfortable playing. So yeah, no, like I said, I haven't played this since I played it on stream, so I haven't done any of this. But I guess we'll do Team Sacred Treasure. Because this is Team Hero. I mean, I could, I guess, probably get through most of the game with Benimar. Team Ash. I mean, I could. I'd fuck Kukri, though. Team Rivals over here. I don't mind any of these characters. I just don't really know how to play them. So, yeah, I guess we'll just go Sacred Treasures. Yeah, I mean, there are other teams, too, of course. I've just been so curious because for any team that isn't one of these four teams, you only get the ending. Well, you get a few other generic mid-game cutscenes, but they don't really tell you much of anything of what's going on. So I'm curious if any of these, and of these four teams, I figured this is the one that's going to have the least meaningful story content, but that's fine. We'll deal with that. And out of these characters, Kyo is really the only one I play or know how to play. But that'll do. I mean, Iori is Iori, right? He's simple enough. Start the timer.
親愛なるファイターの諸君、前大会の主催者アントノフに代わり The King of Fighters を開催する。諸君らの参加を心待ちにしている。以上、アナスタシア。
I figured we might get one of those requests, one of these streams that tends to happen. We're gonna be drawing some King of Fighters 15. The list is the request list is piling up. I'm gonna try to finally get to Skullgirls, which was requested during the last one of these streams this weekend. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to catch up. I've been actually busy with some other stuff off stream recently. But should hopefully be able to get back to some drawing pretty soon. But yeah, I'd actually been itching to draw something for this game regardless. But I'm happy to kill two birds with one stone and do it for a request. This always makes me laugh though. The regular ass Unreal Asset Store people walking around next to these like King of Fighters characters.
Select order.
Alright, let's do this. See if I remember how to play this game.
Which team will bring the heat? Watch out, humans. Dinosaurs aren't extinct yet. The king of dinosaurs. Round one.
All right.
Ready? Go!
Okay, yeah, that's right. All right. Relax. I don't like this stage. It's something about the visual noise in this stage makes it hard for me to visually parse. I remember. I could see that coming. Okay, fine. Just gotta warm up. Let's just keep it simple. I'm like trying to overthink. Because I guess you do the EX kicks and then you can do another set of kicks. Or you can do like the first part of the Rekka. Yeah, I haven't learned combos properly, but you can do enough to get by. Let's see if I can get the super cancel out. How do you get? Oh yeah, that's right. You just do that into. I think you can do. I'm just trying to like remember how stuff works here, but. Oh, that's right. That's where. Oh wait. I don't know why I couldn't get. Well, whatever. My execution sucks, I guess.
Ready? Go!
Oh boy. And, oh, yeah, of course. Oh, that doesn't work mid-screen. Okay. That's just spaghetti all over the place there. But hey, luckily they're not fighting back too hard, so it still works out. Got first class skills, just they're useless against me. Alright, well. I'll stick with Kyo. We'll try to shake off some more rust here.
Your next challenger is Team secret agent.
I'm not the biggest fan of this announcer, but I definitely like how there's some more, like these like character and team up specific, like these intros and stuff like that.
All go home with broken bones. She'll have you sing the blues. Blue Mary.
Let's fight!
Like it's always nice to see like voice lines and stuff. They're specific, both through like characters and matchups and stuff like that, but also more generally like scenarios that are specific to like playing, you know, the one-player mode and stuff like that. Trying to do a super cancel off of that grab, but the timing is weird. I always struggle with it. Her fucking built-in mix-ups of her weird jumping moves that look similar.
Round one.
Yeah, the thing about that super cancel with Kyo is that the way the grab hits just like has this kind of delay to it. I always forget where you want to. Oh, okay, it's not the move I meant to do. Whether you want to delay it or not. That's right, that's a move you can use. Okay. Nice, that worked. I was able to use the red kick to travel. Okay, that worked out. Yeah, there's so much stuff in this game that I'm just like not. I have to like consciously think of, which is. You have to consciously think of stuff, like it's not gonna come out very quickly. Oh yeah, that's right.
Showing their resilience here.
At least the command for the climax super is the same for every character. So if you come in with a bunch of bar with a character you don't know anything with, at least you can do that. It does have, yeah, right. Yeah, you can do.
What a great fight!
All right, we're.
Mad respect to the winner.
Mad respect to the winners.
地獄の豪華はこの炎よりもさぞぬるかろう。
Eagle Edgelord. Let's try yours some more. I should probably start with Chizuru next time just to get some semblance of what she plays like. I never liked her though. Like it's neat that they're adding her in this game because she hasn't been around in a while. But even in like in 96 as like a mid-boss character, she was cool enough, but I didn't really play that much, so I was more familiar with her from 97.
He survived countless wars with a tank-busting punch. A true one-man army. Ralph Jones.
But I don't know, Chizuru just had like weird, uncool mom energy to me. Like, I don't know, she just was never a cool character. Dude, can I fucking jump forward? Oh, wow. Interesting. Makes sense, though. Yeah, that's a big punish, of course. Just mash it out.
You won't give up that easy.
Well, if I at least, oh shit, special intro.
オロチが復活し、あなたたちの手によって封印が行われたという報告は私も受けた。だけど、この地は依然不安定なの。ヤガミにより、オロチに何が起きているの？
貴様に語ることなど何もない。オロチの件は貴様らには関係のない話だ。
Very well.
Ready? Go!
Oh. I'm trying to do. There we go. Nice. No special like wing poses or anything though. Oh man, I'm just reminded I want to change out this song. The game, in case you're not familiar, it does have a feature that lets you switch out like all the music in the game. And there's a bunch of unlockable soundtracks from older KOFs and other SNK games. And I don't know, I just think this is one of the weaker Hikari themes. Got him.
If you want to know how to win, this is the person to ask. Winner!
Those little very excited announcements. They're, I don't know, they're a little silly. I don't mind them. But I don't know, I prefer like the KOF 98 announcer.
格闘家たちの全力をかけた戦いの場、交錯する思いが集う KOF こそ、あなたたちがバースと呼ぶものの実体化に必要な力の発生源。バースってあの化け物だろ？あいつは一体？バース。私たちは古くからの教えに従い、リバースと呼んでいるわ。本来ならこの世に現れるはずがないのだけれど。
Yes, that's the final boss from 14.
リバースの再現は免れ。しかしアンプスペクターの力を持つ者、イスラとシュンエの協力があれば封印できる。シュンエ、またシュンエ。あいつは私がぶっ倒すってんだよ。で、化け物も私がぶっ倒す。頼もしいわね。だけどリバースは倒せない。元いた場所に押し返すのが限界。
何にせよ我々の目的に変更はない。バース、いやリバースを排除し事態の収拾を図る。
私はあのムカつくヘッドフォン野郎を倒せるってんなら何だっていいんだ。
分かった。私は残ってもう少し調べる。
では手はず通り次のポイントで落ち合おう。イスラ、行くぞ。
分かった。って命令してんじゃねえよ。リーダーは私だって言ってんだろ。第一私はあんたのことなんてこれっぽっち。イスラ、
シュン。この世界を正常に戻すため。
Yeah, so these story cutscenes are always the same with any team. And that's kind of a typical like KOF story presentation. But there's usually, like in most of the older games, you usually get like specific dialogue scenes before the boss fights and everything, like if you're playing with a real story team. But this game only seems to have that for some of these main teams, and that's why we're playing this team, just to see what any of those scenes are. But it's cool that you have these special endings for a bunch of hidden teams, and that's not a new thing either.
A shaman who can hear the cries of the earth. Dolores.
like 98
これもまた
and maybe 96 and 97, I forget. Like they had special, like if you beat the game with a particular custom team, you would get like a little picture for the ending and stuff.
残念
But here they kind of extended that into a slight, not like a full-on cinematic or anything, but
残念
slightly more elaborate. And they tied that to the like soundtrack unlock stuff. I don't know what Chizuru's moves are like at all. Oh yeah, her stand D is pretty funny looking. That's a grab, I guess. Or low or something. Just got these like. Oh, that's a low. Yeah, like the teleport stuff. It's, like conceptually, it's kind of cool. Like she can do all these moves, and depending on which version you like, which button you do, either you will end up like you just either stay in place and you send out a clone, or you become the clone, so to speak. I don't know what any of her moves are. Oh, that's a super. Okay, well, I'll learn that.
Both point characters are knocked out.
I wasn't a big fan of Heiner's new look when he was added in 14, but it's definitely grown on me.
Burn to fight.
I wouldn't mind
Ready?
getting a like classic costume for him, granted, but I just kind of like the way he looks. I like his gloves. The red palm just looks cool. Oh boy. Ah! You can't combo off that. I'm just fucking up. Getting destroyed here, by the way. Oh boy. Nice. Okay, I actually got that. Oh, and he gets more life back too.
Will we see a comeback?
Alright. Always supposed to be the character I can actually play, so that always feels great when you get destroyed with a character you feel like you should be able to do something with, but
Player one has victory in their sights.
we'll get there. So if I land a level 1 super, I can go into climax.
Final round.
I could do a
Ready? Go.
max mode combo too if I want to get real fancy. Oh, good idea here. Ah, fucked it up. Oh no, I didn't have meter for it. Yeah, of course. Oh, wait. Shit. Thought I did the EX, but whatever. That worked fine.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight.
Yeah, like Heiner's always been kind of cool, but also kind of weird. Like he's got so many moves that just have a very strange look to them. Like the way his body moves, and it's like he's like 8 feet tall, and he's got weird normals, like some of which are as huge as you would expect for how tall he is, and others that he like his standing D or whatever it is, like his big overhead kick where with his like bent leg. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. But it has like a cool sort of presence and personality. Like I think he's cool, but I always like I didn't care for him in the like when I first got sort of introduced to KOF. Like when Leona showed up in '96, I thought she was way cooler.
She's a cute and bubbly karate girl, but her talents are said to be limitless. Yuri Sakazaki.
She's got a.
ゆりちゃんビシッと決めちゃうぞ
I don't like the way Yuri looks.
Round 1. Ready?
Got a very strange face. Like I don't like her idle stance and like her sort of posture. I liked Yuri a lot better in the old games. Like in, you know, 96 through 98-ish. Oh, okay. I just kind of wanted to see what that did. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, she's like... You can't use meter or something, right? I remember... seeing something about that. Like, when I hit my super, she was, like, glowing blue. And I think that's some kind of a status ailment kind of thing. I really like this song, by the way.
Round 2.
Only normals, even. No. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Trying to cancel into 6A, that didn't seem to work. Okay, I can do that. Oh, wait, that knocks down. Oh, there's a big gap there, then. Probably doesn't connect now. Oh, that's weird. Probably do an EX uppercut or something in between the hits of her UMB there. Oh, yeah, that was weird.
Not looking good for player 2.
もうお休みかしら
What's up, Atomic Runner? Yeah, we have to install 20 gigs of a 22 megabyte patch. So it took a while to get here, but playing some KOF. Using a character I know absolute jack shit with, but... Alright, let's just do auto combos. That's a thing. So we'll embrace it. Oh! Okay. Sure, whatever. See if Kyo is a little less useless this time around.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
I wonder if I can probably super there, but fucking hell. I can never get that super cancel. Well, that works.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
Really starting to feel the heat. You threw like 2 punches and then it was over, but alright, fine. You do you. I might as well just... might as well stick to this.
頑張りますね
Like, putting Chizuru later, having more meter isn't gonna really help me do more with her, so I might as well put her first. But yeah, I'm excited to see, like, the Mark of the Wolves team doesn't excite me all that much.
Don't let his innocent smile fool you.
But I'm
Will destroy you before you can blink.
I'm still looking forward to seeing what the characters are like.
柔らかにお願いしますね
It's one of these things, like, you know, you're getting accustomed to the game and everything, and just the idea of more characters being thrown into the mix is exciting. I will say, I wonder if Gato is going to continue his tradition of being ultra buff, and if so, whether he's just gonna end up being a very popular character right off the bat. I can see that happening. I don't mind Rock or Jenny, but I'm just not. I don't know. Those characters aren't just like all that exciting for me. Peculiar hitbox, but sure. But it'll be cool. I mean, I never. I mean, I played Mark of the Wolves. I have some sense of what those characters' moves are, but not like a super clear idea. Especially not in the context of KOF or this game. I mean, I know that Gato was like a problem. In some of his earlier KOF incarnations. But I don't really know specifics beyond that. And especially with, you know, Rock's the only one of those characters who's been in a modern KOF with, you know, with super cancels and the EX moves and stuff. And even then, I don't know what Rock was like in 14 at all, really. So even, you know, even characters who may be somewhat familiar are still going to be new to an extent. And I'm like just being more in tune with this game than I ever was with 14. I'm going to be primed to learn and see what it's all about. That's going to be fun. But I'm definitely more excited for the Southtown team. Like, are there characters on either team that I'm excited to like main? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to mess with Geese. He's a really cool character. Yamazaki and Billy are characters that I like a lot. I've just never really used them. Oh, okay. It's got like kind of follow-up thing. It's cool that they all have like new looks. And I'm also super just anxious to see if there's going to be new stages with each team. Like they've announced what the characters are going to be, but they haven't detailed anything else on like what the kind of DLC rollout is going to look like. Ah, fuck's sake. Interesting. I was kind of curious to see if that would work. I mean, obviously it wouldn't hit. I just like more if you could do it on block like that. Yeah, there's no alternate versions of any characters in this game as of now. But yeah, like, so currently there exists as DLC, or I mean, I guess you can buy it now. It was included as a pre-purchase bonus, or like early purchase bonus. The Mark of the Wolves costume for Terry and the KOF 96 costume for Leona. But there are no other costumes announced. But there's obviously a lot they could do, right? And if they're bringing up more stuff like that, will it come alongside the other DLC? Like whether or not it's included in the cost, which I would not expect, but like, are they also going to put out more content with the characters? And if they do, I'd probably buy it. I hope they would. But for the teams, because they're sold as teams and not just individual characters, I desperately hope that means that they will have their own theme song, that they will have their own stage, that they will have their own arcade mode stuff and everything. That's what I expect. Well, the stage, I guess, is a little more up in the air. But I would hope so. Like, I would want those teams, because they're released as teams, to be, like, fully on par with everyone else, all the other teams, in terms of content, so to speak. I think this is a new cutscene here. What's up, Pepe Paco? Happy Friday.
要はあれを燃やせばいいだけの話だ。ああ、今回ばかりは八神に賛成だぜ。尺だけどな。Select order.
Because I always feel in fighting games with DLC characters, there's always this like slight sense of disparity between characters that were included in the game and characters that were added afterwards. In terms of how they're integrated in the game, in terms of, you know, whether they show up in certain like story elements or in stages or backgrounds or like whatever it might be. So the more they can do to make additional characters, like post-release characters, feel as integral to the overall package as the original characters, like the better. You have missed 0 games. This is the first game of the evening. I mean, you missed some of this, but this is the first game we're playing. We had a little bit of a technical issue, so it took a while to get started. I had to download a big patch. Well, it wasn't even a big patch, it just took a long time to install. But hey, we're here now. We can at least pretend that we've got the technical issues behind us and hope that that's the case. Oh, that's a low or a grab or something. It looked like a grab. It's spark, I guess. I still don't really know what this character does, I feel like. Alright. Auto combo to the rescue.
These two know how to rumble.
この異形の存在の力、今はっきり分かったわ。オロチの封印に干渉している存在とは違う。
Alright, boss time. Yeah, the bosses in this game are not terribly threatening, which is perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. They're not a chore to fight. Like some of the KOF bosses, when they're like, I'd rather have a boss that's cool and too easy than just be like a complete, you know, unfun, tedious chore to play. I mean, ideally, there's a little bit of a challenge, and the fight is actually interesting and cool in some way. But it's so easy to make it just not fun, I feel like. I think like some KOF bosses can be decently fun, but others are just a complete, I don't know.
The goddess of truth, Otoma Raga, stands in the
What's his
way.
Mukai? That's his name, right? In 11, like the 11 around that time, like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum too. Like the bosses, and even SVC Chaos, like those bosses just, oh, they're just terrible. They're not fun at all. I mean, even before that, you had like Ignis and other characters who were just like not fun. But those to me like stand out.
Round one. Ready? Go!
Oh. He usually whips in like an anti-air thing with you empty jump. I'm not sure what the deal is. Like, even if I wouldn't have been able to punch with big damage, like I didn't comfortably, yeah, see that, but I was a little bit too quick, I guess. Oh, that was too late. Yeah, see, I should not have pressed that button. Oh, fucking hell. That was... I really did not need to spend that meter. That transition is so cool. Oh, that's right. She doesn't get her full life back. I guess she got increased defense, but oh, that doesn't hit. But she's not very tough. It's a cool boss fight. It's a cool boss. I mean, she's cooler than Verse. Verse was an incredibly annoying final boss in some very specific ways, because he had moves where the animation lasts for super long. Like, that's my biggest like pet peeve with fighting game bosses, where they just like go into this canned animation that lasts for like 8 seconds. I mean, that doesn't specifically go for bosses. That's annoying no matter what. But it's extra annoying when bosses do it. Like, Psyche in 13 has this weird thing where he just grabs you and then he just like punches you 8 times or whatever. It's just like really slow and oh, it just pisses me off. But anyway, no need to worry about that. We got it. Thanks for the GG, and yeah, we got the 1cc. Not tremendous achievement in this game, but we didn't fuck it up. Yeah, with 98 Rogal, I just learned that if you have an uppercut move, like if you run towards him, he will short hop towards you, and you can uppercut him out of the air. So if you're playing like Terry or Yo or Kyo, Yori, like, that's easy. I never really learned any other cheese strats though, but that was definitely enough to make me able to more consistently beat 98 Rogal than, I don't know, Orochi, Gainitz, or Chrysalid for that matter. Oh yeah, KY 15, like, I may be frustrated with my inability to do shit and play characters I don't know, but man, this game feels good. It's a lot of fun. It's still so weird to me that there's no voices for this. It's confusing to me. Like, it wouldn't stand out to me if there wasn't voices for like literally everything else. I really like the art though. I'm really glad that they have 2D art and it looks good. I mean, I don't really mind the CG cutscenes, but I much prefer the look of this. Just been waiting here all afternoon, preparing, hyping themselves up. Oh man, I want to see Saishu. I mean, I wouldn't mind Shingo coming back either. But, you know, I was speculating / wishing previously that having Saishu team up with Takuma and, I don't know, Li Pai Long or someone else for a new, like, master team, Tang Furu, I don't know. That'd be sick. But I guess you could do, like, if you really wanted to, you could have Saishu team with Shingo and Daimon or something. The timer's just there to kind of give us a brief sense of how long we were spending with each game. I mostly keep it there to make sure like that we don't spend too long on a game. Or in some cases, if I finish a game in like 20 minutes, it's like, we can mess some more with this. So it's certainly not like speed running or anything, and we're not setting. There's not a set time per game either. Just keeping some semblance of track for how long this takes. Yeah, this so interesting to me again. Like they credit all the voice actors like this, like giving them kind of top billing. It's kind of interesting. It's not something you'd see in these games that often. But I love the way like it's so cool, the presentation. Like it's really well done. Yeah, Zankabuki was it was up there like hour and a half something. Might have been longer even. But it's also, you know, obviously in some cases I just want to try to finish. Like Tournament Fighters, we also were on like for I think definitely over an hour. Closer to 2 maybe. But Zankabuki definitely felt a lot longer. What an experience, yeah, holy shit. Anyway, I just wanted to watch that part. We can skip this, but there should be another little extra ending at the end, right?
Yuki. ただいま。
おかえり。今日。
I guess she's not a high schooler anymore. Which makes sense. I don't know. Well, there we go. It's one full run of KOF 15. High school. I don't know. It looks like an office suit to me. Can't believe Iori's fucking dead. Yeah. Rip. I guess we're gonna get Ghost Iori with Ghost. Well, I was gonna say Ghost Bison Mature, but I guess they're alive again anyway. So in the next game. No, I don't think so. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll find his way into the next KOF. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm gonna have to take a super quick bathroom break. I just noticed I have some dropped frames, but it's not an awful lot, so I think we're doing okay. I don't want to get started on another game before I'm able to take a short break. We did take a sort of long, slow start today with some chatting and some technical issues. I will be back shortly. I will run some ads to disable pre-roll ads while we're on break to make life easier for those who may join in the coming half hour. But yeah, I'll be back shortly, and we'll play more fighting games. All right, I'm back. NPC, what's up? Happy Friday. Okay, let me set up a new raffle, and after that, I shall update the spreadsheet with the KOF 15 info. Let's get this sorted. And there we go. The raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat to join in. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I did already scroll all the way here. Today is 2022-03-11. There we go. King of Fighters 15 has now been played. The amount of KOF games left on the list shrinking rapidly, but there's a couple of them left. There we go. Running Wild, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, did I get everything sorted here? I believe so. Let me also, I just realized I had some whatchamacallit, stream channel point rewards. I want to enable. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you type the word raffle, you're entered. It's doesn't really matter if you type other letters or exclamation marks or anything else. Anyone who has attempted to join the raffle has successfully done so far. There's no way to influence the raffle outcome with channel points or con coins. You will, however, have a higher likelihood of winning if you are a subscriber. I was definitely, like, I could, there's nothing preventing me from setting up subscriber-only raffles, which is a more, perhaps, conventional way of doing things like that. I haven't wanted to do that, if only because we don't do very many raffles. Like, for one stream, there might only be, like, there might only be 4 raffles. If I'm doing a stream with, like, 20 raffles, because we would spend, like, much shorter on each, I'd be much more comfortable doing, you know, once every 5 raffles or something like that. At the same time, like, I wouldn't want to open it only to subs either. I don't know. It's like it's a fine balance to walk, because, like, frankly, I don't have a huge subscriber base, right? So I feel like if I completely lock out anyone else, it's not, like, I don't know. That doesn't feel quite right either. And I think if it's, I don't know, it depends on how it is, but this is how we're doing it for now, and I would like to be able to give more incentives, or more, like, rewards, I should say. I don't want to call it incentives, but rewards for people who do subscribe, but this is what I've been able to come up with, in addition to amazingly kick-ass emotes, of course. Anyway, with that out of the way, time's up. Let's roll it. Lamisar, congrats. You have won the raffle. And you will get to pick. Well rigged indeed. Sorry, Janamighty. Better luck next time. Yeah, we'll reset the timer here. And before I forget, I'm going to do that. I've activated now, which actually I guess is sort of what you were asking about, Killer Miller. I like to have it disabled at the beginning of the stream, but I just enabled a Concoin reward where you can influence the raffle in the sense of bypassing it completely. If you spend 10,000 coins, you can pick the next game. So that is an option right now. Of course, we're going to be playing whatever gets picked here first. But I think, like, there's a cooldown thing on that, but at least once per stream, someone can pick a game. What in the world is Fight Angel? It's let's find out. I guess that's the answer. Brunan G sneaking in with the Divekick pick for the game after that. All right, okay. Well, we got some stuff lined up here, I guess. Give me a minute to set this up, and we'll play Fight Angel. I can give zero guarantees, by the way, that these games are gonna like run properly and be playable at all. So I guess technically I actually have two versions of this. I think we'll play the well, we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah, let me bring up the audio mixer ahead of time here, because that might be it's a PC game, it's probably going to be loud as shit, so let me see if I can prevent ear damage to you or me. Yeah, it's, well, you know what, I might as well not attempt to describe it. We'll just play it. Let's see if we can hey, there we go. Even the music is like sleazy. Steam edition. Like, I'm not sure if this was a mobile thing or if it was some other. I don't fucking know. Let me turn down this sound just a little bit. Probably a little better. We got some quality non-native English. Yeah, this game has some amount of adult type content. I'm not sure. We'll see. Hopefully we can, I don't think it's going to be a problem for streaming. But we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of like mobile type things here. I don't know. I'll try to keep an eye out for weird stream drops, like when we try to play that other War Dogs or whatever. So I think it's all like, it's basically built on some fighting game sort of middleware kind of thing for Unity. Yeah, Punch, Kick, Energy, Avenge. Alright, okay. Let's set this to half broken in case we have issues otherwise. I guess. Oh, it's highlighting this to go back. Okay. Everyone seems very panicked about this game. Yeah, some very beautiful line breaks in the text there. I think probably we're best off playing the arcade mode. Story mode, I think, might be A lot of dialogue and just weird. And it's all going to be terrible. Not sure if this is defaulting me to beginner or if it's just suggesting. I think we can do beginner. Let's start the timer here. Difficult choice is one way to translate that. Sure. So we've got some characters here. So I want to say she's like the Ryu character, and maybe it's one of the characters is like her sister. So I think it might be her. Maybe they've got like similar moves. I'll go with her. You can what? All right, that's confusing. All right, let's just. Okay, sure, whatever. Like the menus are so confusing. Oh, all right, that load time was weirdly quick. All right, we got some quality Chinese voiceover. All right, so let's see. Punches and kicks. Avenge. I think you use one of the buttons to do like a special. All right, we got some Shoryukens. Natsus, yep. Not sure how combos work, or if they work, but yeah, I think for sure there's some amount of stuttering that is definitely a stream issue. Yeah, I do remember there being like extremely low damage. Or she's got like Ryo's jumping chop. Yeah, there's a lot of these like very low budget, like Chinese cookie cutter fighting games. Well, not all of them are Chinese, but just got a shoulder check. I like that it says my name, like the life bar doesn't show the characters. Oh, okay, the character name is underneath there, but it's got player 1 and my like user account name and the character's name. Okay, that's my super button, I guess. My EX bar is still full. Okay. It's like looks like we got like Pit Fighter cancels here, basically. I don't know what that yellow bar underneath my life bar is. Like defense or stun or something. Like everything does tiny damage. Nah, it's not my PC that's the issue. It's, well, I mean, some level it is, but I think it's the CPU overhead of streaming. In fact, let me actually see. Let me just pause this for a second. Cancel the game. Okay, that's good. I have task manager here somewhere. Yeah, CPU and GPU is getting pretty hammered. I'm not sure if there's you know, okay. Even one fight is like taking so long that I'd rather not redo it. And I'm trying to exit out of this here. I wonder if unlimited. Probably don't want that, but gonna make a difference. What? Oh, I have to click this. Okay, sure. That's great. I don't know. Seems like maybe this is smoother, but I don't know if the menus were causing much problems before. Oh yeah, the frame rate is OBS is not dropping any frames. It's completely on the game's end. I don't know if you guys can tell if my camera is stuttering too, because when we were playing that other game, War Dogs or whatever it was, like it was causing the stream. In fact, that actually I think ran fine on my end. But the stream just died. Here, the game actually ran poorly for me. So I think it's actually, I don't know, it's confusing, but wait, let's, oh, I'm not in full screen. Let me just turn this off and see if it somehow, yeah, I can still use mouse control. That's so weird. Ready, and I have to press, okay, that's weird. Let's see if maybe this works better. It seems like it's running smoother now. Yeah, because it was like already stuttering in the intro. I'm not sure if it's like perfect, but it seems better. And also, yes, the announcers is pretty strong. It's like the only thing it ever says, really. Alright, we got some quality hitboxes. Oh wait, is that a command grab? Yep, it sure was. Good animation. Like, I whiff the grabbing animation after it's already hit, and then I grab her. Good dash sound effect. Maybe I should have read the game manual to figure out what any of those meters do. But we could also just mash some buttons. Yeah, Glowforge. We played Kings of Kung Fu, I think that one was. There's a bunch of games made by the same dude. There's one that was on sale recently. I've been meaning to pick up the most recent game of his. But I still have at least one of them that we haven't actually played yet. Fighter's Legacy, I think it's called. I think I haven't played that at least. So there's appears to be like chains. Yeah, I can like mash punch. Autocorrect. Okay, I couldn't combo into this. Yeah, this is just a full auto combo super. It's like not. It didn't really seem to do that much damage, did it? This is EX bar. Not sure how to do. And yeah, there's of course weird, inconsistent juggles. Because, like, of course there are. Rating 2. I'm getting some XP and gold here. Okay. Wait, okay. Let me just click next here. Incredible UX. It's so weird. Like, there's, like, massive load times to, like, bring up the menu and shit, and then you just jump into the game and, like, the next match. Yeah, 3 stars equals 2. That's, I guess that's entirely in line with how not at all cryptic this game is. Alright, the crickets have been replaced by someone welding in the background or something. Weird ambient noise. sure there's some weird infinites and stuff. Frame data is highly mysterious for sure. I think there's this button. Not sure if it's what it's supposed to be. Do is there? Okay. These buttons don't do anything. I have no idea how I'm supposed to use the EX meter, assuming that's a meter or resource that I can spend.
拿出实力来呀你！
But yeah, I'm pretty sure again this is based on just some fighting game template, basically. You're not. That sounded like a KOF noise. Not disappointed with the level of dank. I'm glad to hear. Can Steam gifted fighting games get added to the raffle list? I mean, broadly speaking, any fighting game that I own, I would generally add to the list. Now, it depends. If you were to gift me something that I would, for one reason or another, really not want to play on stream, I'm not gonna live on air commit to adding it or playing it. But if I were gifted something that I would have added anyway if I had it, I mean, sure, why not? But anything that's on the list, I mean, yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to gift it if it's something I already have. But I was gonna say, make sure you don't gift something I already have. Yeah, like I'm not sure if this is the same as stuff like Fight of Gods. I feel like I've seen them played at least a handful of games that played very similar. Like I think actually those Kings of Kung Fu and those games might also be based on something like that. I'm not sure though.
怎么样？吃了没？下次咱们再比试吧。哦，我已经准备好了。
Yeah, Ultimate Fighting Engine. That's
多说，开始吧。
that's the one. Like, is this built on that? I don't know, but that's definitely a thing that people put out stuff made with. In some cases, you know, without all that much being added. But yeah, like, it's obviously the level of sophistication in the combat system is maybe not the highest priority in this game, because the game does have like character customization and you can like create characters, and obviously the clothing destruction, like there's stuff like that that's, you know, not insignificant amount of effort put into it, and also not, you know, by any stretch poorly done. It doesn't necessarily make the game more interesting or fun to play, but it's still, you know, kind of cool. Yeah, so you can see Claudia here just got basically the same moves as us. Like poorly looping music as well. And like the background art's like not bad, but it's kind of a weird bit. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Wait, can I? Yeah, I was gonna say, do I have a command list? Let's take a look. Catch. It's probably a throw. So S. I can go down here, but it doesn't actually scroll. Let me use my scroll wheel. Wait, can I? Yeah, of course, I click and drag. This fucking mobile thing. Okay. Squat heavy. Command catch. Yeah, that's the command grab. Can attack. Can additional attack after enemy fell. So I guess this is a down attack. This is so fucking confusing. Alright. Back forward punch. Okay, so here's the EX. Okay, so uppercut and back forward. Okay, okay. So I tried. I see. Oh, counter. Okay, yeah, so you do have a sweep. I see. Oh, so that's the... Okay, so there's the EX version of that one and the uppercut. Oh, okay. No, okay. It's just Ken's super. So there's the outfit. Well, that's Ken's other super, I guess.
怎么样？
So maybe
吃了没
maybe Claudia has different super EX moves. What else? This game's a mystery. We got the mirror match coming up anyway.
我已经准备好了。 我已经准备好了。
Wishlist stuff, it could be a privacy setting. I don't know. I mean, I don't fucking know anything about how this game works. Okay, sure. That looked correct. Is this? Okay. Yeah, I guess this costs 1 EX meter. Can I guard crush her? Is that a thing? Oh, maybe the meter, maybe the orange meter is just for breaking clothes or armor or whatever. That could actually be it. Oh, dude. That's pretty sick. I don't know how that A meter is built. I think the game calls the move Revenge. So, of course... Or maybe it's Avenge. I guess that would make sense. I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but at least it's the same letter. Did you just do her super uppercut in the middle of getting hit by
拿
mine?
出实力来呀你！
Sure, why not? Mountain... I didn't really look at the names of the moves, but I'm guessing that's the shoulder check this. I don't know. Oh yeah, let's see if I can figure out the... Oh yeah, okay, I guess that's the... It's not like some pursuit attack. You just can do standing kicks if you press down a bunch. Almost knock her out of the screen. Okay. Alright, okay. Dude, I want to do my super.
好刺激！
Oh, okay. Doesn't seem like you can like combo into that though, so. I feel like every song is like a 3-second loop.
怎么样？吃了没？下次咱们再比试吧。
Rating 2, 3 stars. Have we gotten that on every match? I feel like we have.
我已经准备好了。
Very thick fog in here. Glad we were seemingly able to kind of address the performance issues, at least, so we can enjoy this wonderful game. What else her name is Sugar. Maybe like juggle off of that or something. Like I bet this game has all kinds of weird, like busted combos that are like surely super awkward to do. Yeah, it's like very easy to hit confirm into the supers. What's up, Taco? Yeah, we're playing Fight Angel.
拿出实力来呀你！
Certainly one of the top 1,000 fighting games on Steam. I did realize that I didn't have it on the list, but there is a special edition, which I think was like a free upgrade. Like it was one of those things where, for one reason or another, it's like a different... it's a different product. And in fact, I think this version is probably not available for purchase anymore. I think it's been kind of replaced with special edition, but technically they're separate. But judging from how amazing this game is, and what wondrous reception this game's had on the stream, I should probably make sure to add Fight Angel Special Edition as a separate entry on the list. Dude, I'm getting destroyed here. I just want to... Okay, that did damage. I was going to cancel that into Super, but I guess I didn't need to.
怎么样？吃了没？
we're making our way through the list of characters pretty rapidly.
我已经准备好了。
Man, it's so refreshing how quickly the matches load in.
让我们来找点乐子。
Every time I'm like getting ready to lean back in my chair and wait for the load time. And it's like, oh yeah, hey. Actually, Taco, maybe you're familiar with the Ultimate Fighting Engine. I'm not sure this is built with it. I know I've played games that used it, and I remember there being like certain kind of telltale signs. But it's been long enough that I don't remember what any of them are. And I don't know if that's something you can tell just kind of looking at it, but this game definitely has the feel of something being kind of cobbled together and not necessarily built with, I don't know, huge amounts of care and effort. Okay, let's just catch up. Oh wow, she still does the whole thing. Okay, that's interesting. What can I do with this instead of here's what I will do? Yeah. So again, this game does have like kind of extensive character customization. Like all the characters basically are sort of built with the games. I mean, it's like Fire Pro Wrestling or something. You have a sort of editor suite, and you could recreate any one of these characters with that suite. So it does that like reasonably well, I guess. It's got like the breaking clothes system. And yeah, like it seems obvious enough that that's maybe not you know, the high fidelity technical fighting action. It's not maybe the highest priority. Because it was funny too, like talking about Kings of Kung Fu and Fighter's Legacy in those games.
下次咱们再比试吧。
The guy who makes those games always has this like very prominent disclaimer that like, note, this game is just for fun, it's not for serious play, blah blah. Because like I feel like that guy probably got hounded by someone at some point for like making fighting games that are a bit shit.
准备好了吗？
And I don't know. To me, it just was kind of funny because it's one of those things where you wouldn't think that making something like, surely you could make something that is sort of on some level competitively sound without necessarily sacrificing whatever it is you're trying to make. I mean, to be fair, I think it's totally cool to just say, you know what, I'm not concerned with like competitive play. That's not really my goal. But it's still funny to me to like feature such a disclaimer so prominently. I should have let her hit just to see what it's done. There's an updated version of this game that I guess you might define as a sequel. But I'm not sure if I have it installed because I got it for free because I have this game.
你
I don't know if I've played it. But we might have to at some point. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of like animations and stuff. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, it wasn't that cool, but it was almost cool. Almost cool, maybe more accurate than kind of cool. Because like this character that I'm playing, like a lot of her animations are pretty, let's just say, conspicuously similar to some of Sakura's animations in Street Fighter 4. Like this jump kick is just Sakura's jumping medium kick. And like, yeah, like she's got like Ken's supers.
怎么样？服气了没？
I'm not sure. I haven't like paid super close attention to whatever other characters might have had animations that are also conspicuously similar, but yeah, I don't know. These characters are not like super distinct and well defined. three-dimensional. Alright, we got the revenge of obnoxiously loud ambient noise. In fact, let me turn this down a bit. Alright, let me click continue the game. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty realistic. So that's what they were going for. Yeah, I mean, I think Wu Mei is definitely one of the more interesting characters so far, and like, if only on account of being a like female drunken boxing character. It's not something you see in a lot of games. Yeah, it just got some, kind of got some cool moves too. Oh, that was meant to be an EX move, but sure. Yeah, that's like Sakura's standing heavy punch, I think. Half a second of respite from the waterfall noises to hear some butt rock chords. And Spencer meter. I don't think that hit very well. I guess he was crouching. Let's do that. I don't know. The damage in this game is like highly mysterious. The counter hits seem like they do a lot. That did like 5 pixels, but it probably didn't hit properly. I like when you hit them and they block and they walk back like 2 steps and then the hit spark shows up. Oh yeah, you can like special cancel. It's potentially useful. Yep, you can hit confirm the super off that. It's pretty good. Alright, we're definitely making our way through most of the cast here. Oh. This might be the last character. I don't know if there's any kind of boss fight, but I doubt it. That would actually surprise me. I like that the weird combo announcements just sort of blends into the background noise of the music. It moves so weirdly slow. I mean, it knocks down, which, whatever. You know, that's useful. Dude, I wonder if you could... probably not. I was gonna say if you can like juggle with another super or something. Nope. Okay. Time doesn't quite freeze during super freeze. Oh, that was supposed to be my command grab. I wonder if you can combo into command grabs. Probably not. Dude, what happened to my down attacks? Don't work. Yeah, everyone's having meetings and coming back to this. Well, welcome to Fight Angel. Quality Steam fighting game. Does everyone have the same voice? I have to imagine they probably didn't have that extensive of a voice cast. But I guess I don't know that for a fact. Okay, sure. Throw me out of my strength. No, what the? Okay, supposed to be a super off of that. Okay, I guess she blocked. Oh, okay, no super flash on that super. Sure, I don't need it. That's fine. What's hitting from where? I don't know. Oh, hey, that actually hit. I'm impressed. I'm kind of impressed that they made it to the super actually, or the avenge or whatever it's called. It didn't actually KO until the final hit,
怎么样？吃了没？下次
so she didn't just like fall out of it in the middle. Okay,
我已经准备好
is this the final character? Like I recognize every character showing up, but it's like,
真好。
oh yeah, this character. Oh yeah, this character. There's surely there can't be many left. She kind of looks like she would be the boss character, but she was on the character select. Got the Orochi share me lightning balls. They stay on there for quite a while. It actually looks pretty cool too. We're gonna fight the roster, yes. But there's like 8 characters, 10 characters or something, so it's not a massive roster. But yeah, that's you know, Orochi share me vibes from that as well. Reminds me too, there was a character in King of Combat, that other Chinese free-to-play KOF clone. And I always wanted to play that game. That game looked sick. But unfortunately, there was never an international like there was only a Chinese version, and you had to have like a QQ account. And it was online only, there's no local play.
拿出实力来呀你！
King of Combat, aka, what was it? XDZW or something was the initials for the Chinese title. If you haven't heard of that game, you should look it up. Like it had it was a 2D fighter with like pre-rendered sprites, but the sprites actually looked really good. They weren't like Killer Instinct style. They were actually like they looked more like something like KOF 15. But it was really sick because they had all these characters that were like the gameplay was very KOF-esque, with the same kind of normal to command, normal to special combo structure. They had plenty of characters who were like straight up clones of KOF characters, but they
吃了没？下次再来是吧？
okay, sure, we'll get to this choice in a second. But it also had it had basically a version of Fei Long and a version of Ryu and a version of other, like there was a character who was basically, you know, Chris from Resident Evil / Marvel 3. And then eventually they actually added Benimaru and Terry as like official guest characters. Oh yeah, that game was around like, I don't know, I guess a decade ago. It seemed really sick, and I've always been a bit bummed that I was never able to play it. Anyway, that game had a character that reminded me a little bit of this character we just beat. I guess we're done. Yeah, about what you would expect, yeah. Continue to challenge with the same character. I'm just gonna click that to see what it does. I'm assuming it's just gonna basically restart.
我已经准备好了。
So yeah, we just grind out gold and XP
让姐姐
or what have you.
听你的娇喘呢。
But we're not gonna subject ourselves to that. Wait, can the yeah, the start button doesn't do anything. Cancel the game. Yeah, so these are like custom character slots. I check my emails. I guess so. Yeah, you can buy like, yeah, you can see there's all this stuff. And you can recognize like all the hairstyles that were like used. Everything has this shitty mobile interface, of course. So like all this stuff that's I'm not sure. Maybe I think you could get the whatever the other characters use, but it kind of doesn't look like it. I don't know. Whatever. It's okay. Weapons just nothing. I guess this is version 0.9.2, so they never got to that, maybe. So, yeah, like I said, I think this was like kind of abandoned and it was sort of superseded by the special edition, which I don't know if it's much different or much better, but maybe it has more content. And by that, I mean more shoes and jackets and hats. Candles clipping better than Street Fighter V. Sure. I guess that's true. But yeah, I mean, playing dress up literally makes any game more fun. In fact, it's on my short list of 5 things that will make any game better. And those things are like climbing, buildings / jumping between rooftops, motorcycles, wrestling moves, scoring systems, and playing dress up. If your game has any one of these 5 things, the game will be better off for it. It will be a better game than if it did not have that thing, regardless of what type of game it is. That's my personal belief. Anyway, this is Fight Angel. Not a great game, but it does have wrestling moves, technically some kind of scoring system, but I'm not sure if I would count it, and character customization. Now, that's not to say that these 5 things are what make a good game. I'm just saying, add any one of these 5 things to any game, and the game will be better for it. Like, it's not a checklist for making a good game. Making a good game is not in any way dependent or hinging on having these things. They're just delicious, you know, spice and flavoring that you can add to anything. Pretty dank game indeed. Well, thank you for choosing it. I have been gifted The Last Blade. Sure. We can add this. I don't see why not. It's rare a good game exists without any of those 5 things. You know, that's not something I have greatly considered, but that does make sense to me. I mean, certainly as far as my like favorite games, it tends to have some of them. Maybe not all of them. Like I can think of my current slowly progressing sub goal here of Secret of Monkey Island. I don't really think that has any of those 5 things. But you know, maybe that's even more telling of how great of a game that is, because despite not having any of those things, it's still pretty sick. Sure, I'll accept the gift of The Last Blade, and we will. I'll have to install it and mess with it, so I won't add it right now. But I'll make sure to add it to the list before the next stream, at least. Next up, we had a redemption, so we're gonna skip the raffle and we're gonna jump into Divekick. Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, pretty dank indeed. Pretty dank indeed. Let's see. Let me hop back to my library here. Yeah, I've only dabbled in the Last Blade games a million years ago, and I never really played the second one much. I played the first one more. So Divekick, I feel like, has had... I mean, obviously it hasn't been updated much recently, but I played this at launch, and then I feel like it had a bunch of upgrades or updates, after which I didn't really mess with it much. I guess we'll just boot this up, and we'll see if we get it running first, and then I'll update the...
I'm so godlike.
Oh, that's loud. Of course it is. Let's see if we, yeah, there we go. Let's do this. Yeah, I haven't played this since, I don't know, 2014, 2015. Hold any 2 buttons. Does this work for... Surely it should recognize my joystick. Alright. Fuck that up a little bit. Let me see if I can... Oh, there we go. Now this is weirdly low all of a sudden. Fucking PC gaming, man. Yeah, I think that, yeah, the 2-button menu, when the game shipped, that's the only option. But then they introduced the ability to just use a joystick or D-pad, whatever. No, wait. I'm like more confused by the menu. Oh, I see, okay. Gotta have the edgy difficulty names. Alright. We can probably do this. See if we can dare do this. Otherwise the window is just real tiny on my end, so I can't really see what I'm doing. Yes, Ray worked on last. Yeah, I remember being. I didn't know that he had worked for SNK, so I was really confused. I don't remember when or why. Yeah, I think I just saw his name because we played Kizuna Encounter for one of these streams, and I saw his name in the credits, and I was like, wow, huh, okay. I didn't even realize, like, that kind of caught me off guard. Yeah, there's definitely some argument to be made for a degree of purity perhaps being lost in this game with some of the characters and stuff, but there were definitely some balance changes and stuff that were made that absolutely made the game better. I think I basically remember how to play, but yeah, because you dive into the air and then you kick, and you press kick on the ground to do a backdash, basically. Yeah, you press both buttons in the air. The A or ground. And if you fill it up entirely, you go into kick factor. Yeah, and the thing is too, like, I think this is a good game. I think a lot of the humor works well enough. Yeah, fucking Johnny Gaddis in this game, and the Fencer from Nidhogg. Yeah, so I've never played or even really seen these characters. Yeah, I stopped the timer. Let's. I might as well start it up now. But the thing that I kind of like don't like so much, like obviously the art's not great. It's like a kind of an ugly game, but that's all right. But the game is so, like, so much of it is so referential. Yeah, I mean, again, the game hasn't been updated in a long time. It's when they, it's the edition. And then, yeah, I guess that was like a year post release. It's called Dive because you dive into the air. It's the least confusing part. Yeah, because like the roster are all like pretty much every character in the roster is like a reference to a fighting game character or some real person in the community. And like even the like kick factor, like it's sort of a parody of X Factor in Marvel 3. Like there's a lot of stuff like that that just feels I'm not a big fan of it. It doesn't invalidate any of what I think is genuinely good design. Like I think as far as making a very pared down concept of a fighting game, I think Divekick is a lot more interesting and successful conceptually than Fantasy Strike, for instance. And I think on some level, I suppose Divekick's very shamelessly jokey parody attempts at like, you know, these pastiches for the roster is kind of less embarrassing in a way than the Fantasy Strike sort of. Like, it's so blatant here that it doesn't come across as a genuine knockoff. It's just kind of taking the piss. Whereas Fantasy Strike kind of seems like it would want to be its own thing, but it just feels really derivative. Like the one thing that I yeah, like this feels so dated because it's just like so based on the time that it came out. But yeah, like Kung Pao is Kung Lao from MK9. Like that's the part that I think is actually kind of fun, that the characters, like the one aspect that kind of redeems all these like very blatant rip-offs or parodies or whatever you want to call them, is that the character, like, they're built around characters from other games that have very infamous dive kick attacks. So Kung Lao in MK9 has Kung Lao has a dive kick in like every game almost. And the MK9 one in particular has a very horizontal angle. So that's like what this character is kind of built around. Redacted is Wolverine. So she's got Wolverine's dive kick from Marvel 3. Dr. Scholes is Dr. Doom. Marn is in the game. Markman, Bailey, and Seth Killian. So I don't think, yeah, and of course the character didn't make, like, I don't even know what to say about this character. It's a whole thing. Kenny was like he's like based on someone who passed away, some community member or something. Oh yeah, I guess the Baz, he's got like Spider-Man's like swing attack. But anyway, yeah, like I said, there's, oh yeah, and dive and kick are like yin and yang, sort of. But like I said, there's a lot that's actually kind of interesting about how the game plays, so let's... Yeah, even the announcer, like, there's just a lot of kind of obnoxious humor. I mean, it's, I've not the worst I've ever seen, but it's a little grating too. So does... Oh, okay, he's over here. I was gonna say, does dive and kick only play for one, or on like the 1 or 2 player side? But no, they're just not next to each other. It's pretty corny, yeah. Divekick just have one more character based on the general. Yeah, he should just dive kick. He should just press a button and he just dive kicks in 8 directions at the same time. That'd be pretty good. I don't really remember how... I mean, I guess I could have read what their special moves were, but I can't be bothered. I feel like I should play, like, one of the... I should probably just play dive, because every other character is just going to be too confusing. So let's go with this.
Study hard if you want to come to my yard. Select your cheers.
Is that NXS doing the voice? Sounds like him, right? Oh yeah, of course we gotta have gems, because Street Fighter Cross Tech and LOL. 10%. Does this mean I jump higher? What does it? Does this mean I kick faster, or do these literally not do anything? Fuck it. Let's go with this, I guess. Half decent selection of colors. Guys, a serious math student dreams of a promising career as a statistician. Playground brawl causes Dive's mother to send the boys to live in Bel Air with their estranged uncle, 10-time world dive-kicking champion. Yeah, I was gonna say that they're like Yin and Yang, but also the Fresh Prince, because why not?
Calculus.
I mean, it's above average levels of effort in terms of like presentation of story mode type stuff. I think I should have mapped my buttons the other way around. Oh yeah, he does the blue, I guess. But yeah, like I guess he's like Rocket Raccoon or whatever. He just picks whatever. All right, whatever. Yeah, it's like
fraud detection warning. Fraud detection warning.
It's fine. I feel like they could have. Yeah, I'm like way faster.
Detection averted.
I'm fine with it not being like super serious, but I feel like it didn't have to be quite so jokey and quite this way. It's not like entirely off-putting. I mean, I guess it makes sense that like the mechanical premise is like silly enough that you would maybe not want to try to like have it be too sort of self-serious.
Round one, die kick.
I don't know. There we go. It's, I don't know, I think like the tone is like just a little bit grating. Not too bad, but just like a little bit. Until every now and then there's just like something that really jumps out. It's like, ugh. Like not offensive necessarily, except maybe Uncle Sensei's generically fake Asian accent. But just kind of like throne-worthy.
Fraud detection warning.
It is kind of funny in a way how like just some of the jokes, some of the bits are just like almost indecipherable without the context of like, I don't know, American FGC goings on circa 2012. Little story cutscenes. I do think it's kind of like, you know, I'm like happy that this game was able to get made and that it was, because there was like, there was some like demo version or something. I don't remember if it was like publicly released. But it sort of got overhauled into a more polished version. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I think looks fine, looks good enough. But there's certainly a lot that's not great looking. I think as far as the characters go, I think Divekick are probably the best looking ones. Alright, that was pretty sick. Like in terms of the craft of drawing the character sprites. And other characters have like really weird shading and stuff. But as I recall, like in that sort of initial version, it only had these two characters. It didn't, like, a lot of the extra layers, like the special moves, the meter, the headshots. Like, as far as I'm aware, all of that stuff got kind of added later. But it's interesting because I do think most of it like works well. I don't remember this stuff there. Oh, float, I guess. Got him. Oh wait. Oh, that's right. He's got the little neck pillow that like protects him from getting stunned. Like the headshot doesn't count, basically. A lot of the extra stuff detracts from the core game. I don't know. I think. I'm not sure if I agree. Like, I don't think it on the whole. Is there some of that you could strip out? Sure. I think generally though the characters they managed to come up with characters that function differently enough to make that kind of interesting. And regardless of you know, without going into specifics maybe of the meter system and how much meter you gain in each individual ability, like I think it's interesting, like with such a limited design space in terms of the general ability and control layout and everything. I think they were able to come up with an interesting set of abilities. Like they took that core premise and really were able to squeeze a lot out of it, which I think is pretty cool. I don't think too much of that stuff reaches the point of convoluting the game and making it like loose. What makes it kind of fun, I think. Yeah, they did a lot with the premise. They did more than you might probably think, I would say. Like if there are things that I dislike about the game, or like wish were different, or feel like, I don't know. Okay, I just realized that I never used that move, so I didn't know what it does. It didn't help me there. But of everything I might have to complain about, I think it would be more about surface stuff, presentation stuff, than mechanical stuff.
Round 6 Divekick.
You guys remember Spooby Please? Very timely reference. I'm not played footsies. I'm aware of it. I think that's pretty cool. Like his special is that he gets to jump forward. So like having different jump arcs. Kind of neat. I'm also like, I mean, I guess it shouldn't be that complicated for a game like this, but I find myself being impressed with the hitboxes actually like feeling correct when stuff hits. Yeah, what's up, Spooky? This is Guys. It's all the classics. I mean, gotta love Spooky. But yeah, this specifically the Spooby Please memes. I mean, yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I don't watch his channel or stuff he streams perhaps as regularly as I would have at other points. And even when he's involved, he's maybe not as sort of present, as visible as he used to be. So I think that, and also, I mean, what meme sticks around for a decade? Not many of them. Stream Monster, yeah, that's, again, like, there's so much kind of lingo and stuff that was so unspecific to its time. So it's like almost interesting in that way. I feel a lot more detached. Or not detached, but like playing this in 2013, 2014, it's like all that stuff is sort of still around, or at least not old enough to be old, but not old enough to be like of a different time. But now it very much is. Yeah, so Sensei's gimmick is that he changes between standing on his hands and his feet every time he jumps. And he has a very different angle on his kick, depending on which side he's facing. I guess it's only when he kicks that he changes. Yeah, Martin has not been a very prominent figure in the community. I gotta shit a little bit on that sign in the back. Shinkakudo Dojo. It's like, in fact, I gotta shit on the English sign too, because it's got the fucking Street Fighter 4 font on it, which looks like shit. But the Japanese sign, it's like, I mean, it's basically correct Japanese, I guess, but it's written with this like extremely basic ass Windows standard font. That doesn't look very much like how text on a big wooden sign like that would look. To be fair, that is a stupid mistake and like ugly thing I would expect anyone to get wrong, even with a budget. Not that it would be excused, but like of all the things a game like this would stumble on a little bit, that's like the least surprising thing. But I still gotta point it out and shit on it a little bit. But the Street Fighter 4 font is like more egregious. Though I would probably say that this game shows a surprising amount of restraint in not using that font all over the place. Yeah, running wild, like for sure. Like that's maybe my favorite part. Like, I think the parody characters as far as character designs are like pretty groan worthy. But it is cool how like it's not a bad idea to take some of these characters that have like very distinct dive kicks and represent them as kind of archetypes in the roster. So yeah, Shoals has like Doom's foot dive. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. Should have used my special there. Could have actually avoided that. But I didn't. I don't know if. Oh, yeah. I don't really understand what Shoals is, or if it's meant to be some. Oh, I didn't. I kind of don't get the name. I don't know, or the design. But Dr. Doom was highly prominent at that time frame, so it makes sense to hidden missiles with MS Paint rockets there.
Yes, from above.
It's a brand name. I see. Well, there you go. Yeah, I figured it would be a stupid joke. Doesn't surprise me that it would be a thing that's not here, so I wouldn't get it. Alright, okay, there we go. Oh, actually, okay. There are double KOs. I'm surprised that didn't happen that other time. Oh, it doesn't reward around to either of us. Oh, yep. Yeah, so just like different jump speeds and angles changes everything quite a lot. There we go. But yeah, this is a cool game. I like this game. As a game. But yeah, Dr. Scholl's sprites looks like there's a lot of very strange pillow shading and stuff. Like, looks kind of whack. But yeah, even the concept of like, I feel like dive kicks has like the topic of conversation in general, like even if you could of course still have characters with really good dive kicks in modern games, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe it was just the double whammy of like Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition Yoon and like Wolverine / Doctor Doom in Marvel 3 that just sort of triggered this, I don't know what you would call it. Obsession is maybe not the right word for it, but like this idea to feature a specific mechanic so prominently. Like, obviously, of course, as far as making this game, it happens to be a very convenient and nice sort of aspect to isolate jumping and attacking in midair. Like, it works out very nicely. But having it as kind of this inherently humorous premise feels like kind of specific of its time. There we go. Yeah, so Jafali has kind of two gimmicks to him. One is that he can charge his dive kick or his drop kick. So you hold a button, and when you let go, like, you fly further forward depending on how long you charge it. But also he every time he wins a round, his head gets bigger, so he's more susceptible to headshots. Oh yeah, he's the boss, isn't he? Yeah, this game definitely had a small but dedicated scene. I mean, it has like GGPO online play and everything. I remember Eskill was one of the characters that was like drastically changed. His dive kick used to be like a teleport. Domination 101. Yeah, that was a series of articles he wrote in, I don't know, the 90s. Yeah, see that, like, I guess this is maybe boss Eskill. So maybe it's different. Yeah, because he's like in kick factor mode permanently, I guess. But like that was how his regular kick worked, and it was like kind of busted. So they changed it. So I guess it's only like that when he is in kick factor. I'm not sure it's exactly. I don't necessarily think he teleported instead of jumping. But he would just jump up and like disappear, and then I don't know. I forget exactly how it worked, I guess. But. Okay, so I guess when I get the headshot, yeah, he does a regular jump, which makes him kind of shitty. It looks like.
Seven.
Singular Matrix!
Makes for a pretty good boss character.
Eight.
Like it's not very easy to get in on him. Still have a shot at the 1cc. Last chance here. I'm stunned though. Got him. Whew. I think he's the boss, right? I mean, he had infinite X Factor, so he's a boss at least. Five times as loud. It's playing a video, I guess. Studies.
My calculations point to victory.
Funny, like it plays a voice clip, but not of the actual line of dialogue.
Game over. Divekick.
Oh, there you go. It's Divekick. Pretty fun game. I like it.
Once Iron Galaxy started working on this game, thanks to me, we...
Dave Lang insisted, oh, leave this to the pros.
Yeah, I guess this is stuff for like trailers or whatever they released. I'm not sure if this video is like in the game. I mean, it might have been in the
Those
options
elite
or something.
athletes looked extremely out of shape.
Something about a budget mocap suits. No! God, you're dumb and bad at this! Try harder! Dive kick! You got hurt because your heart isn't pure. No more bull. You're the only one here not pulling their weight. I'm doing my job, camera guy's doing his job, our dive kickers are doing their job. We don't have anything usable because of you. Don't
Yeah, it's a
up
One
for
True Game
everybody
Studios
else.
prototype team. I wonder if that was the
Just like
original
this.
thing.
It's not that hard.
What else you got? That's all I got.
Is that a Kickstarter? Huh. Might have contributed to that. I don't even know. I don't remember. I think I might have actually. Like, I think I would have, I should say. Maybe my name's in here somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's... I'm trying to figure out if it's like alphabetical in any way. Also, Paulo Garcia is in there. All right, fade it out before we see the logo. That's fine. And now it's like super quiet again. Like in PC game audio balance. Well, I guess that's not exclusive to PC games. We had the same thing in Conan recently. All right, sub 30 minutes. We got it. Well, I would say that wraps that up, and we should probably set up another raffle. So let me do just that. Oh yeah, I didn't add Fight Angel. Well, we'll do that during the raffle. That's fine. Easy world record. I wouldn't be so sure. There's people who are pretty serious about this game. But hey, we got the 1cc. That's the third one tonight, I think. Did we 1cc every game so far? Okay. The raffle is up. Feel free to type raffle in chat and all that while I update here. Fight Angel. Played 2022-03-11. As was Divekick. Making up for lost time here. We took like an hour to get into KOF. But now we're doing this nice and fast. So we have now completed 151 games in total. That's 53.55% of the current list. Of course, that percentage is going to shift back and forth a little bit as I add new games to the list. But we're slowly but somewhat steadily inching our way towards completion. We've been going for a while, you know. This started on New Year's Eve 2019. So throughout 2020 and 2021, we've done this. But 2020 was a little bit uneven. 2021 is when well, 2022 now. But 2021 was when I started doing the... And it's kind of crazy to think about. This is the 14th bonus stream, right? So for 14 months, it's been roughly once a month since the beginning of 2021. We've done these like Friday night bonus streams. So during 2020, it was a little more impromptu and kind of random whenever I kind of felt like it. And there was also there was a period during that year when I was hospitalized and I didn't stream for like a full month, and then streams were pretty sparse for a while. So it's really been in the past year that it's been more steadily. But even so, you know, it's I would say we average around 5 games per stream. Sometimes we don't manage more than 4 or 3 or 4 because of some technical issues or just playing one game for a very long time. Sometimes we manage to squeeze in 6 or maybe even 7 games. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of games. It takes a while to get through them. But it's been a really nice mix, honestly, of like some people going for the dankest shit they can find on the list, some people going for the quality stuff. But just like skimming through the list, there's a lot of really good games left on there. All right, let's go. Running Wild, congrats. You get to pick the next game. What is it going to be? Rail Bout Fatal Fury 2. You know, I had a feeling that might be coming. Alright, let's say goodnight to Divekick. And this will be one of those relatively rare arcade emulator games. When I first put together this list, it was only like the inaugural stream we did. I think it was like mostly arcade games, because it was just easier to kind of jump between stuff and MAME. But as I fleshed out the list, I focused instead on stuff that's actually in my physical collection. Well, digital as well, I suppose, but games I actually own. And since then, I never added any more games, like arcade MAME games. But I didn't want to take any games off the list. So those rare, well, they're not, well, increasingly rare, I guess, as we keep adding more stuff that isn't arcade stuff. But there's still quite a few of those left to get to. All right, give me a sec here to set up. Yes, Taco, you did miss it. Okay, I'm gonna have to swap scenes here. Let's hope shit doesn't break. I guess we go here. Yeah. Oh, we don't need to capture that. And let's do... Can I fucking type to search? No, okay. I'm not sure. I guess we can rock the Euro BIOS. I'm not sure if there's a lot of regional. Maybe there's white blood or whatever, but fuck it. I don't know what it's with.
Bout, Fatal Fury 2.
Yeah, I need to fucking
Newcomers.
tweak some shit on my actual speakers here, because I have to lower the volume extremely low for it to not, like, you know, I have to lower it to like literally like 2% in Windows, and it's still like loud in OBS. Anyway, I'll stop complaining about that. Can I add Super Muscle Bomber? No, I'm not gonna add more arcade. Like, in fact, I would rather focus on the games that like they're actually in my collection, but I don't feel right about straight out removing games. So that's the compromise. Not that I couldn't be convinced to play that at some point. I mean, it's a cool game. I don't know it all that well, but it's a cool game. There's just so many games out there, and I'd rather focus more on games that I own, I suppose. Franco Bash run? Well, you have the power to make that happen. If you'd like to spend some con coins. I don't really have... I mean, Terry is like the only character I can't even say the only character I know, because I don't really know any characters in this game. But he's the one I'd be most inclined to mash some buttons with. I mean, the game's got Mary, it's got Duck King, it's got a sick roster, but I've not played this game much, so it's not like I really know characters very well.
Bout, Fatal Fury 2. The Newcomers.
Just set this up. Franco Bash it is. Okay, so how do I actually want to map the controls here? I guess this makes sense. MAME has done recent work on not making sound clip. Well, I don't know if it's a MAME thing so much as like that goes for everything I play on PC. Not that I don't doubt you, but not that I doubt you. I mean, I'm playing on probably like a 12-year-old version of MAME anyway, because anything to do with updating MAME and ROM sets is like a hassle. At least if you're an old dinosaur like me. Yeah, I'll take your word for any of the technical stuff. That's way over my head anyway. I guess we're playing Freckle Bash. Kick, power pummel, whatever it's called. I guess it's called power attack in this. Short hops, yeah. Yeah, I think this game is really gorgeous. Like, probably the best any of these characters I've ever looked, really. Oops, there we go. Oh, he's got like the orange suit in this, but I guess if I pick what... Oh, wow, that's right. He doesn't have the blue costume in this. Oh, tongue. There's some characters you don't see super frequently. Yeah, the art in this is just fucking so good. Oh yeah, timer. Music's so good too. This soundtrack is incredible. Oh yeah, he's got this thing. And I want to see Franco Bash and KOF. I listened to the arranged soundtrack of this game so much. I kind of want to know, like, how supers and everything works. I forget, because I think aren't supers like level 1 supers in this you have to do with like B plus C. Level 2 supers are just the C button. Something like that. All right, good time to talk. Oh, dude, best song coming up. Oh, this game has like 12 best songs. Raise your Duck Kings in chat, you got him. He's on fire. That's good. Graffiti, 1994. Alright, that's okay. Forward half circle. And... Oh yeah, there's like no super freeze or anything. Oh shit. Where's the D? Interesting. Got the little pop. Yeah, this game has like chain combos. It's a little unusual for SNK fighters. Oh, it's so sick, like character sprites are darker when they move out of the street light. There's so many like just awesome little visual touches in this. Level 2 will stun if it hits. Yeah, Honfu is also so cool. Like, I can't believe he never showed up in more games. So this is like a single lane stage, I take it. Familiarizing myself with the moves. Honfu's stage in Fatal Fury 3 is so sick, the helicopter. I will say I like that version of his theme more than this, but... So H power lets you do like guard cancels and stuff, right? But you need S power to do the super. I believe, right? I'm trying to do this level 2, but I couldn't get it to come out. Yeah, I was trying to do forward half circle forward C. I was pressing B, I think. Yeah, I was pressing the wrong button. That makes sense. Oh, this song is so fucking good too. I think I get confused because, yeah, the button layout is just funky. I'm guessing his, when I do the string into the C, it's like some, overhead stuff that doesn't combo. Oh, speaking of, that was an overhead. Yeah, Fatal Fury 3 is like an awkward game, but the presentation is like ultra god tier. So can you not combo into supers in this? Oh no, I probably did the motion wrong anyway. Oh, my Oh, I fuck that. Let's look forward D. Oh, it's not the second round even. Shit, I thought that was. Whoops. Extra match means you get like a free round, right? I'm gonna try learning how to play here.
Get in the ring.
Let's look forward D. Okay. I see. Yeah, the button layout I like. I like that you don't have to use a bunch of weird button combinations to do like background interaction moves, like in like the older games. But sometimes it leads to like the Guilty Gear problem, where you don't have like 2 levels of punches and 2 levels of kicks. You have this weird arbitrary classification of buttons. Shit. I was just wanted to try to do the level 2 super to see what it looks like. Dude, genre is fucking normals. Oh my god. Dude! Oh my god! I stuck out my fist into the background and he somehow, like, overlapped my sprite in such a way that it didn't get hit by it. Yeah, I think, like, this game definitely has a degree of, like, smoothness to it. That makes it just feel really good to press buttons in it. But at the same time, like, it is a Fatal Fury, so I expect it to have some level of somewhat unintuitive weirdness like that going on. Combo into quarter circle back C. Is that a thing even? Like, as a general rule, does any punch special also have a C version? Doesn't maybe seem to be the case. Frames. I mean, I ain't above taking some continued service, but like I said, I want to... see how far we can get without it first. I'm going into the quarter circle back punch seems a bit iffy. Probably not fall to that. Dude, like... Dude. Oh! Okay, we got a round. Yeah, I think it whipped because he was crouching, or maybe I just dropped it. Great shot. Nope. Getting mixed on the buttons. Ooh. Probably a super of some kind. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, the background dash killed me. I feel like I can do it. I mean, it's probably gonna just get worse from here on out. But maybe not. Maybe this guy is just cheap. Nope. See, that's what I mean to do. Every time I knock him into the background, I do a different normal that's instantly going to whiff, putting me at disadvantage instantly. So I'm not sure, like, how should I use that super? Well, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Is it a reversal, anti-air, or... Dude! Dash through my sweep. See, like, that's fucked up. Oh, it chipped me out.
Continue.
It's kind of addicting, though. I want to see if I can do it, but I keep, like, losing 2 rounds straight. I mean, I got a round. I think I got 1 round once. It doesn't feel necessarily like I'm getting impossibly outplayed, but it's probably because I'm not paying enough attention to the live bars. Yeah, I'm getting like fucking perfect now, of course. That drives me fucking crazy. I see him coming in the background and he just like phases through my buttons. not really sure either on like the break shot stuff how that works. Alright, there we go. I know there's a bunch of system mechanics that I'm vaguely aware of. Not really to the point of feeling confident trying to use them. Okay, now we're talking. There we go.
Get in the ring.
Block is sure, yeah. I mean, I guess you probably that would at least be a one kind of obvious situation to use the super to punish. The song is another best song in the game. Well, I don't know about this version, but the arranged soundtrack version at least. Dude, he was definitely punishable after that drill. I'm just... You know, it's hard to have confidence in punish as for a game you haven't, like, really played. Yeah, I know he's got, like, annoying ass kick. Oh, I was trying to wake up throw. Probably a bad idea. But this guy was a boss in Fatal Fury 2. Not sure if his boss status has... He's retained it, per se. But I feel like he's got some normal stuff that are kind of... Kept that to some degree. Not that I know if he has the same home as in Fatal Fury 2 or anything, but... Lawrence and KOF. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. He's not on my top list of Fatal Fury characters I would want to see back necessarily, but... Oh, yeah. I don't even know how Frank is super hits. Does he hit with his arms, or like how does his level 2 hit? Or his P power, whatever. Yeah, for me, I would want to see Honfu for sure. Krauser, of course, has been in KOF before, but I would love to see... I mean, he hasn't been in KOF for a long time. And Franco. His characters, I would all be more... are more characters I would more, like, eager wish for than Lawrence Blood. But he's pretty cool, for sure. Dude, I guess it is fucking safe. Huh? Oh, okay. On a good state, I guess. Like, before the game came out, I was saying for 15, like, I would love to see, like, Honfu and Mary and someone else for a new, like, op team or whatever. Or agent team. Like... We should try it over. Zoning. Not what I tried to do, but it worked out. I don't know, I never understood people's excitement for Carmen Cole. It just looks so uncool. But I think Art of Fighting 3 just has an uncool problem in general. I mean, I like the game, but a lot of the animation and like character designs are just... It has a very distinct uncoolness to it. I think Rhodey Burns is cool. I wouldn't mind seeing him. Alright, okay. It's gonna be a thing, huh? I think maybe it would hit him. Whoa! I meant to do a stay and see, and I got to charge me by mistake.
Continue. 9, 8, 9.
Kevin sure would have thematically worked. I'm just not that excited about it. Like, I think... I don't know what it is exactly, but like there isn't really a single Mark of the Wolves character that would like that I feel excited about seeing them added in KOF. And I think as far as like deep cuts or like characters we haven't seen in a long time, I mean, not that, you know, Kevin hasn't been in a game for like 25 years at this point soon, so, you know, sure, that qualifies. I just feel like instinctively, like, I would want to see these, like, characters that felt like Raiden and Huajai when they were added, which is like, what the fuck? Why would they pick those characters? It's kind of awesome, but what the fuck? I guess I'm just this old weird person that I'm excited about the prospect of characters being added that make me feel like, who is this for? It's like, well, it is for me, but like, but beyond that, who is it for? And I think a character like I think just Mark of the Wolves, like, it's just, the well's just been poisoned for me with how any acknowledgement or reference to that game feels, not that it's, like I said, I know this is ridiculous. It's not like a morally defensible standpoint or anything. But I feel like that game has such a extremely loud, not fan base, but just like it's a game that people are very eager to announce their, you know, how much of a fan they are. I had this conversation recently on some Discord, I think, and how, like, maybe I talked about it on stream too, I can't recall. But I feel like it's very similar to the games that instantly come to mind for me are Third Strike to an extent, but the bigger example for me is like Ikaruga, where like people who have no opinion on shoot 'em ups, like it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. It's just like people are gonna feel obliged to have an opinion on Ikaruga, and specifically, you know, and it's not that it's like, oh, you know, people are just seeking fake clout, and that I'm upset for like fucking stolen valor. It's not that. But it's sometimes it feels like some people's sort of interaction with a game like that begins and ends with their eagerness to announce how much of a fan they are. And I feel like it's it's just, I don't know. It feels like there's like this almost disproportionately vocal sort of crowd, you know, asking for a Mark of the Wolves too. And like, this is not a recent thing. Like, I've felt it's been like this for a very long time. I keep trying to punish that because it feels unreasonable that I would not be able to punish it. But I guess I'm supposed to break shot. So I don't know, like, I can't exactly put words on my feelings adequately. Okay. Whoa, how does that... But it just kind of feels like, I don't know. Oh, I guess punish. Nice, we got him. Whew. Oh yeah, but like people asking for a Mark of the Wolves 2, that's been a thing for like 15, 20 years. So, but I think that's like, obviously, you know, it's fine for people to like a game and want more of it. I think the thing is though, like, outside of a brief period in like 99, 2000 when the game was new and current and was exciting, like as I've played Fatal Fury since Fatal Fury 1 on the Mega Drive. Like that's my kind of introduction to SNK fighting games. So I've been a fan since forever. But I think a lot of my appreciation for the characters and world and presentation, all these cool things about these later Fatal Fury games, or I mean really all of them, like I think that has kind of come and supplanted my, like I'm just, you know, I just like the other Fatal Fury games more than Mark of the Wolves. So like, I would absolutely not mind a Fatal Fury 6. I just don't want a specific Mark of the Wolves 2 that continue to sort of be such a separate thing from the rest of the Fatal Fury series. So I guess that's the other thing too, like when people, any expression of a, you know, of a desire or excitement for a specific follow-up to Mark of the Wolves, to me is also like, well, yeah, but I'd rather have a new Fatal Fury that isn't. A new Fatal Fury that's set between Real Bout and Mark of the Wolves. No, I mean, it can be a sequel to Mark of the Wolves, just, like, put Fatal Fury characters in it. Like, put, you know... Put characters from both Fatal Fury and Mark of the Wolves, so to speak. Destroyed. Oh, of course, keep pressing the wrong button. Round 2. So I mean, it's the same thing. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is. Like when, you know, Gato gets added to King of Fighters or whatever. Like, it's not even really a matter of whether I think he's a cool character or not. Like, there's just inherently for me, because I have this weird, bias isn't exactly the right word for it, but I just have this kind of weird sense of, like I'd rather of everything, of every, oh, that I could have punched that properly and actually won. Any pull they could make or something like that, like any reference to Mark of the Wolves, I feel like it's just in and of itself going to be kind of the least interesting or exciting to me. No, but it's not even just, it's more than that though. Like it's not just that I have a preference for something that isn't that. That's a large part of it, of course. But I have to admit, I just like can't put it in words in a good way. That just like, you know, people wanting, I don't know, a new, I was gonna say Guilty Gear, that's, we're getting those, so it's maybe not a good example, but like, it's not just I don't care for it. There is this kind of sense of being like, finding it kind of annoying. Trying to do the super over there, press the wrong button. Like seeing that fervor of excitement of like this groundswell of support for this specific game that makes me feel like, oh, why that game? You know, I would compare it to something like the countless Mortal Kombat fans who like highly inexplicably campaigned for Tremor to get added to the new Mortal Kombat game, but he's like the shittiest character from the shittiest game. That like he's a brown ninja. There's like nothing to him. Like to their credit, of course, they did some interesting stuff with him in MKX, but the idea of being like excited for his addition over any other character is like baffling to me. So there's just this like utter inability to relate to that desire over other things, I guess. I don't know. No, but it's not like, yeah, what you're talking about is something else as well. Like, because it's not, I don't have any, it's just the concept of it, sort of. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of overlap. But like I said, it's just this very ill-defined kind of feeling that I have that I don't exactly know how to describe. We got it. What's up, D? We're playing games, and I'm losing some, and I'm winning some.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, I'd say like by this point, SNK fighting game AI was usually fairly civilized. I mean, this is nothing compared to like Art of Fighting 2 and shit. And yeah, definitely even some of the other Fatal Fury games. Oh, okay. I was like, what'd I do? Oh, okay. Of course it ends with the full screen. Yeah, I remember like fighting Billy. And he does like 60% damage with his super. Oh, the way they dash around you is, I feel like that's one of those things where if you try to do it, you'd never have it, you'd never get it to work. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Rick Stroud is kind of up there too with stuff people just will not shut the fuck up about, but very like not so much anymore. I don't hear people talk about, like, I think the last time you heard any kind of Rick Stroud like campaigning or not just campaigning but just like people talking about him in general, I guess, was like when KOF 14 came out and Nelson showed up and people were like, oh, well, another boxer character, there goes our chances of seeing like Rick Stroud like reduced yet again. I mean, he's a cool character. I wouldn't mind seeing him for sure. That could have been a much bigger punish. Oh, come on. Okay. No iframes on that, I guess.
Continue. 9.
We can get Bob Wilson. Yeah, Bob Wilson for sure would be... Like, he's just a character I don't think I've ever been terribly excited or interested in playing him, but... like, he's such kind of a staple of a character. He always shows up in, like, the Pow Pow Cafe backgrounds and stuff. Like, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him playable again. Everything is fucking plus in this game. Overhead, of course. Oh, I thumb slipped, but that's fine. It would have killed me anyway. I mean, inexplicably, I actually really quite like Momoko. She's definitely kind of the exact type of character I would normally not like, but at least she like she has cool animation. But having said that, like, there's obviously a lot of other characters. Dude, nice gun. Yeah, I'm gonna take Momoko over. Well, it'd be interesting. I mean, that was the rumors, like, for a long time, right? That Bout was supposed to be, because there was like some kind of hint of him having some sort of story significance. That just never really became a thing. Good. Wake up super. Dude! Why is it so fucking hard to hit people in the back? But the idea of Bout, like, being a little older and he was going, like, yeah, the dragon power or whatever. Because I feel like at this point it would be weird if Bout came back and he's... I mean, not that time really passes in a tangible sense in the KOF universe, but it would still be kind of weird if he wasn't older. But, you know, with Kenso also being absent, like, you could have a new version of Bout that sort of incorporates some of Kenso's moves and playstyle, maybe. I don't know. Not the craziest idea, I don't think. I was gonna say, how do I best chip him out? Pretty cool move. Oh! Oh, that was my... Oh my god, okay, well, he can combo into that. I thought that was the last round, okay. Ah! Clearly I just don't understand how the hitboxes work for when you, like, dash. In the background right here. Didn't like Kenso in 14. I mean, it was... I don't know. I think of all the redesigns in 14, his was pretty inoffensive. Like, obviously, it was going for the, you know, the more classic KOF Kenso as opposed to the Cycle Soldier version in 12 and 13. Alright. This is working out so far. Neutral jump. Too strong. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, I used to continue service. Okay, so we just needed the one round. Okay. Yeah, Sokaku's another sick character. stage is so gorgeous, dude. Slow down. Well, not really gonna affect me too much, I don't think. Not too worried about it. Of all the things that's gonna get us killed, that's pretty low on the list. Hey, we got a reversal. I don't know if that was a punish, but I used to super and it won us the round, so I'll take it. I wouldn't say nothing going on. There's rain and reflections and shit. Dude, well, I can't toss up on that, I guess. Oh, wow. Yeah, oh. Oh, dude, every time I want to mash up my super, I just get confused about the buttons. I feel like I can hit him out of that. Oh, wow, okay, that was kind of weird. I'll take it. Ah, I wanted to punish, but... I know I can hit him out of that, but I think the timing and spacing is going to be too specific. Oh boy. Whoa, whoa, okay, I was holding down back.
Continue. 9, 8, 9.
That was confusing. Did we like trade and I was in hit stun? Is that an overhead or unblockable?
Get in the ring. Fight.
I don't know what happened there. Someone says I think it's an overhead. Someone says I think it's unblockable. Properties change based on distance. Okay, that's even better then. It's unknowable. Mystery super. Yeah, it's an unblockable overhead. No, that's stupid. That's hella punishable. Right? Yeah, you get like a juggle or something up that. Oh,
Round 2.
it felt pretty fast for being unblockable. It's not like unreactable or anything, I guess, but I mean, it's gonna get you the first time, that's for sure. Like, you don't see that and assume that you're gonna like. Yeah, how do you even avoid it? It's not really clear how it hits. Okay, that was a different super. I guess I should not walk into that.
Continue. 9, 9. Course D, please.
Go into the background. Okay, I see.
Get in the ring. Fight.
A jump C feels pretty reliable in hitting him out of stuff, but it still has to be like timed correctly. Okay.
Round 2.
Yeah, I know invincible back touches are a thing. I remember that, but I wonder if you could do that. Nah, it looks like it's got a pretty long startup. I don't know how I'm meant to hit that super, really. Dude, yeah, it's like pretty fucking fast. I had already committed to that jump, by the way. Oh, that doesn't work. I was like, can I chip up with this? But no. Like, yeah, the hop seems pretty good too. Maybe not when I'm like on top of him. No. Okay, I press the jump D, which like just turns her around. I can hit him out of it, but I have to be earlier, I guess. I'm trying to like get the hang of it, but if he does that, that doesn't really work. Yeah, we're the jump startup frames. Like he's like chasing me down, and he's gonna like trade with any button I press. Of course he is. I'll give him one more go, and then we'll start taking a free round. I'm sick though. At least that doesn't do a lot of damage. I don't know if that's a break shot thing, but that move actually, the weird squeeze, doesn't seem like it does a lot of damage generally. It adds up though. Dude, I keep doing the quarter circle forward D and not getting it to come out. Yeah, I'm so fucking scared in situations like that, because he's gonna just keep sticking stuff out to trade. Probably not the worst trade. Sick. Ah! I keep getting... Oh, I was doing the super as an anti-air, but I pressed the wrong button, as I do fucking every time I try to do it. And I got the jump in, and I just mistimed the combo. Like I feel like I can't do it legit, so I want to try. Yeah, but Franco does seem to have pretty good pokes in general. Oh. That combo? Probably not. Oh, that hit. Sure, I'll take that. The input reading is strong. I pressed the button already. I mean, obviously you have the flash to react to. I mean, especially compared to level 1 supers, like not having any flash or slowdown. But that's still like... pretty fucking fast move for how tricky it is to deal with. Timing of comboing off of jump ins is... I don't know, I should probably just mash more, I guess. Alright. Alright, getting destroyed here. All of a sudden, yeah, he's got the life lead. No! Oh, it's an overhead. I was gonna stick out my stand D. So the D button will dash you into the background. But if the other person is in the background, you'll do an attack into the background instead. So clearly, there's this kind of high-low mix-up kind of thing going on with background moves, but I haven't quite understood. See there, he slid out under my punch. So like, that makes sense. I'm not sure if the high attack will go over an attempted sweep like that, but I suppose probably. The background attacks have always been kind of weird in Fatal Fury. The controls make them a lot more civilized in this version compared to a lot of the older games, including the previous real bouts. But it's not entirely devoid of crypticness. I guess we can punch that a lot better. Nice! Okay, shit. We got it. Was not expecting that. What's up, that demo? Yeah, this game is sick. I don't know it at all, really, but it's a sick game. Even just pressing button feels good and it's fun. Oh, okay, right. Do we want to do this? So yeah, certain moves have a property of knocking into the background, which instead of ending up on the other layer on stages like this, you just take a bit of extra damage instead. I mean, I guess you take damage at least, right? Oh shit! Oh my god, it killed me too!
Round 2. Fight.
Dude, the spacing. Fucking hell. Like, is that not even a super? Because that's a super in like KOF. Or maybe had meat, I don't know. Because I know when you were the meter system is a little funky in this game, but like basically once you fill the half of a meter, you get H power. And when you fill it up, you get the S power. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure because I was thinking like you need to be in red life to do the P power, but I wasn't sure if you get 3 S powers. But I guess that's just how that works. Yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
Nope. Love it when you try to do a super and you get a taunt instead. Like, not that easy to get in on him.
Continue.
I feel like this is like not the first time when I do okay the first time and then like I'm getting destroyed. It's probably use that move to get in. Makes sense to use that as a reversal. Of course. Oh, you're pressing a button? Oh, well, I'm pressing this button. Dude, what's... Hitbox this, please. God damn it, why do I keep trying to do the super with the B button every time?
Continue.
Like, I keep getting the B and C buttons mixed up, and it's driving me crazy.
Ranko. Get in the ring. Fight.
Alright, that works. I missed an attack, but it's still combo. Fuck's sake, like, I'm trying to punish. But nah. He sticks out the super. Oop, I thought for sure I'd get punished for that. I mean, he's definitely the type of character that is gonna, like, he's got the counters and stuff like that. He's just, any character obviously is gonna be able to be a big threat in the hand of an input reading CPU, but I just feel like Yamazaki in general is just that type of character that's like extra. The disparity between like how powerful he is in the hands of a human player versus CPU is just vast. Not to say he isn't strong, I wouldn't know, but he feels extra cheap for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying he's the worst in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if Billy is annoying to deal with. I just feel like Yamazaki's moveset, like, he's got options with those, that move and with his counter and stuff like that. Moves that are like extremely good in specific instances, like situations. But the CPU doesn't need to bother with like learning or understanding which situations that are, you know. Okay. Whew. Yeah, exactly. Like, just counter anything. And that's what I mean. Like, any character, all they need is like one move that can basically do that and will get that effect. But Yamazaki just feel like he has a moveset that is more like that than average. Of course, that whiffs on crouch. No. I did a wake up super with the wrong button. Again. Every time. I'm just like, I'm mad at myself for fucking it up every time. Alright, let's mix it up with some orange duds. Yeah, there's like 25% damage. At least 20. He's got like super, I don't know, maybe that's just a thing in this game in general with like really long range. Oh shit, I comboed into it. I know I get a combo off it. I didn't mean to backdash. That's oh. The Corsican forward D has no range. That's a little bit of an issue. Oh shit, I didn't know which side I was on. I tried to mash out a wake up super. Didn't come out. Nice. Okay. Shit, I hit him out of the super.
Get in the ring.
Neutral Pete plus C. Fucking Fatal Fury inputs, man. Alright. Thanks for letting me know.
Fight.
Oh, fucking Fatal Fury 3 Sprite Geese looks absurdly out of place. Definitely a bummer. Neutral Pete plus C. That doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, that's a weird overhead. Yep. Oh, I did the low one.
Round 2. Fight.
This is the ghost of Christmas past. That's why he's got the Fatal Fury 3 sprites. That's my explanation. Okay, sure. Got him off me, I guess. I survived. Yeah, it's a shame he didn't get a new sprite. Imagine how sick he would have looked. Like, I don't really think there's anyone who's in this game who's like ever looked better than they did in this game.
Get in the ring. Round. Fight.
Oh, except maybe Geese. Well, I'd argue maybe some of the characters, potentially including Geese, look really nice in Capcom vs. SNK. Like, that's probably my favorite version of Mai. That's gonna... Ooh, okay. Oh, I actually blocked correctly. Holy shit! Clutched it out. I wonder if you can do some weird tricks to bait him into like whiffing counters and stuff, because I think that's definitely a thing in 3. Yeah, I mean, I like Mai's look in this game for sure, but not as much as CVS. Nice. Okay. That only took like 2 continues. Yeah. Geese was just around in 2003. Not in the game, but in like the story. In KOF, he never died, I guess. Whew. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were gonna have to deal with Krauser or something as well, but just Yamazaki and Geese. I love this song. Also, yeah, that's the best. Like Fatal Fury 3, Franco. Just popping out of the Real Bout Franco suit. Yeah, the endings in this are hilarious. The arc's awesome too. Choose verse as an excuse to sort out the timeline thing. I think it's fine for them to say kind of fuck it. It's its own thing. Like, it's not like it really lines up with Fatal Fury or Art of Fighting. And there isn't really a timeline to speak of anyway. I mean, it gives him kind of a clean slate. But I'm fine. Like, I don't know. I'm definitely, I mean, as far as having crusty old opinions, I don't like seeing, like, Samurai Showdown characters and Metal Slug characters and stuff in King of Fighters. Like, I like King of Fighters being, like, even the Potch Slot characters or whatever in 14. I mean, I guess that's fine because, you know, they could just be characters like Mui Mui and Love Heart or kind of whatever. But I really didn't like the inclusion of Nakaruru. Like, it's a fine line to walk, and I couldn't... Like, this is not rational. This is not logical. Because, like, I can draw a line somewhere, but it's a little bit unclear where, because I think Buriki 1 characters are fair game. Although, I mean, that has continuity of sorts with Art of Fighting, with Joe and everything, so I guess that is a little bit different. Basically, I love seeing anyone and everyone in a game like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. But in KOF, as it's got its own kind of universe established, I guess I would like to see that a little more separated. I mean, it's kind of like Street Fighter having Final Fight and Rival Schools characters is one thing, but I wouldn't want to see like Monster Hunter and Resident Evil and Mega Man or whatever in Street Fighter. Like, that's, keep that in Marvel vs. Capcom, or, you know, an all Capcom crossover game. Like, that's perfect, that's fine. And the funny thing is, like, with guest characters being such a generally sort of common thing in fighting games nowadays, that doesn't bother me. Like, I think a Street Fighter team or a Tekken team in KOF would be really interesting and cool and fun. But I think a Samurai Showdown team would be super whack. And I'm not about to justify that with some logical argument about the rules that dictate what's allowed or not. But that's just how I feel. Because, like, when you introduce these characters, like, with time travel and stuff, like, yes, it kind of doesn't matter, it's whatever, but it just irks me somehow. Even though, like, ultimately, it's whatever, who gives a shit. Anyway, oh yeah, stop the timer. Real Bout Fatal Fury 2. Awesome game. Had a tremendously fun time with this. I love this game, even though I'm terrible at it. It's just gorgeous to look at, fun to press buttons in, great music. I mean, it's if this is how the Fatal Fury series, you know, if this is its swan song, not a bad way to go out. Like, obviously, yes, Mark of the Wolves is a Fatal Fury game, but in name only, kind of.
Real Bout Fatal Fury 2. The new.
What about a Sam Show team that's all their grandkids? I mean, of course, there's the whole sword, like, weapon aspect too, which, I mean, that's fine, it's kind of whatever, but it's a little bit, like, it adds an extra layer of feeling weird to have those characters in there. But legit, like, I think, actually, you know, speaking of, we mentioned, yeah, Wild Ambition. That's a game I'd like to play more. I have the PS1 version, like a digital copy. But I don't know, that's such a weird, kind of a spin-off sort of a thing. It's like a remake of the first game. I feel like I can comfortably ignore that game. I mean, it is cool. Tsugumi is a sick character, and she's at the top of my list of Fatal Fury characters I would like to see return in KOF, for sure. So like a Southtown team with like Duck King and Tsugumi, and I don't know, Onfu or Franco. I don't know. That'd be a weird, fun team for sure. But yeah, I was gonna mention we talked about King of Combat, the Chinese free-to-play game, and that's a KOF clone. And that game had a character named King, who was Ryu. A bunch of characters in that game had movesets that were like fully just cloned from other characters from other games. And he had like some of Ryu's. He had like, I think it was his crouching medium punch, or it was crouching medium kick as like a command normal. So he could do KOF combos with, like, you know, close heavy punch into the overhead punch into, you know, a fireball. Like, he just had really cool combos. And I was I was laying in my bath the other week, and I was just kind of thinking of, like, this is such a dorky thing to do, but just imagining, like, if there's a Street Fighter team in KOF 15, like, what characters would be there, and what could they do with them, and how, like, what kind of interesting things could they do? And I was thinking, like, what Cammy would be like, because, I mean, she's one of my favorite characters, and I think she's a character that, like, hypothetically would have a shot of making something like that. And again, I was just thinking in the context of KOF 15, doing like what would the EX properties of some of her specials be? Like, her normals are a little bit different between some of the games. Like, maybe she would have her, like, her Street Fighter 5 forward heavy kick as a command normal or something. So you can do like a close punch to a double knee into whatever else. And I was thinking, like, she would have, like, what would her supers be? Like, yeah, I guess she would have the spin drive smasher, and then probably the reverse shaft breaker, like the vertical cannon drill that she had in, like, the versus games and stuff. I think she had that in the alpha games too. Like, she's a character who's kind of, her supers and ultras and stuff in the more recent, like the Street Fighter 4 and 5, have been, like, she had the weird counter and stuff like that. EX spin knuckle wall bounce. Sure, something like that. But I was thinking, like, she should definitely have, because that's the thing, like, if you look at the supers in Street Fighter 5, visually, they are kind of like what the Climax supers are like in KOF 15. But Cammy wouldn't have, like, the spin drive smasher would be the most basic super, right? And sure, she'll have a level 2 version, which, you know, maybe that looks more like the Street Fighter 4 version, where she does, like, a little bit of a flippy, different version of the cannon spike at the end of it. But, I mean, I guess her super in 5 is different enough from that you could do that. But what I was thinking, like, what they definitely should do is let her do the spin drive smasher, and then when you connect the last hit to, like, launch them up into the air, then you cancel that into a reverse shaft breaker, so you juggle them up into the air, and then her climax should definitely be the Killer Bee assault, where she flies back to the wall and then just bounces all over the screen. Like, that was a cool super, and she hasn't had that since, like, it's Marvel 2, I guess. And I think that would look really, like, they could make that look pretty sick. So I think stuff like that would legitimately be really interesting, like taking characters and sort of recontextualize them within the system of KOF 15 with EX moves and even just command normals and cancels and stuff like that. So yeah, some weird crossover team would be really sick. And yeah, for sure, like, Yu is kind of an obvious choice, you know? And even him for being kind of that simple of a character. There isn't a straight up Yu sort of clone in KOF. And the interesting thing too is, like, comparing, like, looking at stuff like SVC Chaos, Capcom characters, Street Fighter characters generally have, like, pretty small move lists compared to KOF characters. So in some cases they were sort of fleshed out. It was pretty funny with Guile in SVC Chaos, he still only had 2 specials, but he had like 4 supers. They gave him like 2 new supers. And yeah, like Ryu, sure, he could have the, you know, the donkey kick. Why not? But he would probably have like the Shin Hadouken and the Super Tatsu. But then you have to think about, like, how would you, like, those supers, and let's say he had the Shin Shoryuken for his climax, like, those supers don't really link together. So you would have to come up with some other some way to make that work, you know, and that like that would kind of force them maybe to make him a little different, which could be really interesting. And like, I think Chun-Li would make a great choice too, because she is such a character. Like, she was actually really cool in SVC Chaos too. She even had Yoon's command grab, the Tenshin, where she flips over. Because fuck it, why not? But Chun-Li is such a versatile character who's been, like, of all the kind of core Street Fighter characters, I think she's probably the one who's been changed the most drastically, the most frequently, by a pretty significant margin. Like, a lot of characters were made pretty different in Street Fighter V, but she was like, she's gone back and forth between creating a charge character and a motion character several times over. There's been, I want to say, more than one game where her Hyakuretsukaku was not a mashing move, but a motion move. She's had, like, she really does not, like, she's got the Kikoken and the spinning bird kick. But honestly, I feel like those are the only two moves that you can sort of take for granted that she's going to have in any given version of Street Fighter. Even then, like, does she have the spinning bird kick in Zero? I don't think she does, right? I think she got, like, the Hazanshu instead. So yeah, she's, like, always been changing a lot. So she would be pretty easy to sort of piece together an interesting and kind of, you know, a moveset that would fit whatever it needs to be to kind of fit into KOF. But I think, like, if you were to imagine a 3-character Street Fighter team in KOF, you really can't do it without Ryu, and I think Chun-Li ought to be there. And I wouldn't feel, like, shortchanged from that either. Like, she's a cool character, and I would legitimately love to see what they did with her. But I really would not be very interested to see Ken or Goki. Like, even though those characters are cool, and they have some really cool stuff in Street Fighter V, and they could absolutely make a cool version of them, it would just be, I would definitely want to see a little more diversity if you were to pick a team of 3. I guess, like, whatever story justification you would want to have, like, if you want a character that fits together, you wouldn't put, like, maybe a villain or something? I don't know. Luke? I mean, I think Luke's cool. I like Luke, but I don't think, for something like that, it doesn't make the most sense. Guile is an interesting choice because I think he has a playstyle that is so kind of incompatible with KOF. Or, like, you could argue, of course, that he provides something that the game doesn't have. But I'm not sure, like, what that would... I don't know, it's like, if there was a CVS3 or an SVC2, yeah, he should be there, especially, like, let's say it's a SVC2 that's kind of based off of KOF 15. Sure. But again, if you have that, like, super limited space to represent Street Fighter, I don't know. I think Zangief would be, like, that's a style of character that traditionally KOF has not really had. But King of Dinosaurs actually has, like, a lot of, like, I mean, even Griffin in Mark of the Wolves, like, he's much more of a Zangief-style grappler than is typical in SNK games in general. And he obviously, Dinosaur has a bunch of stuff that Zangief doesn't have, but he has a lot of overlap and similarities. So specifically having Zangief in KOF 15 would be... I mean, he's a fun character, it'd be interesting, I wouldn't mind it per se, but I think there are certainly more interesting choices aesthetically as well as mechanically. Alex, yeah, I don't know, I mained Alex in Third Strike. I kind of... I mean, I still like him enough as a character. He's cool in Third Strike and everything, but I'm just like not that interested in him anymore. But that's partially because I really liked Abel in Street Fighter 4. He was my main in that game. Like as soon as he was announced, I'm like, yep, that's my main. And I think Abel more. I mean, I definitely like those kind of. I like wrestling type characters, but usually not that sort of Zangief style grappler necessarily. You know, I like Abel, I like Rainbow Mika, I like Ramon. I like characters that have sick wrestling moves and some grappling aspects but aren't super slow and clunky and aren't super focused entirely on it.
Fatal Fury 2, the newcomers.
So I hope Abel returns in Street Fighter 6. I'd like to see him again. He was a fun, cool character, for sure. Zangief won't be participating in international tournaments for a while. Yeah. I guess that's a factor. But yeah, like, pure charge characters and kind of defensive characters like that, I think struggle a bit in kind of the KOF system. Like, it's not very welcoming for them. Like, in fact, in SVC Chaos, it was a weird thing where you had this, like, guard cancel front step mechanic where you could cancel block stun with an invincible forward dash. And you could either do it by tapping forwards twice or by pressing buttons like B plus C, because obviously as Guile, if you dash forward to lose your charge, that's kind of fucked up. So you can press buttons to do it, but because doing that lets you kind of option select and keep blocking, that costs meter. So characters who were dependent on that method were like already disadvantaged immediately. I don't know, that's one of like 50,000 extremely weird things about SVC Chaos. Yeah, Rainbow Mika, I've always liked her character, but I've never really played 03 much, and I understand she was pretty bad, but I like her a lot in Street Fighter 5. So, I mean, if they want to put her in King of Fighters 15, fine by me. I'd welcome that for sure. But I think, like, legitimately, I think Cammy would be a good choice, both in terms of being interesting and fun and cool, being popular, and being kind of representative. Even if I don't know that I believe that they would put, even in such simple terms, putting 2 female characters on a team like that. But, you know, I don't know, some of those characters are, of course, super popular. But the thing is, too, I guess if they were to have, like, Ryu and Chun-Li, the third character might be, if not Luke, it could be, like, Jury, or someone else who's, like, a newer character. It was like a different kind of appeal. I don't know, but it is like fun to hypothesize something like that. And even though you couldn't obviously really transpose kind of mechanics and moves that directly, even thinking of stuff like Tekken would be kind of interesting to think of what it would be. I remember there was before Geese was announced in Tekken 7, speaking of which, there were rumors that Soul Bad Guy was going to show up in Tekken 7. And that's one of those things where, like, that sure would be interesting to see how they would handle that. Because I think the guest characters in Tekken were generally really well done, really well designed, and really clever in how they managed to feel so, both at home in the Tekken system, as well as not feeling alien to, like, players of the original games. But it's hard to imagine how they would achieve that with a Guilty Gear character in Tekken. Anyway, guys, it's getting late. I don't think we're gonna be able to start a new game. But I am enjoying this conversation. I'm like kind of enjoying just chilling here, enjoying the attract mode of this game, and just talking shit about completely random fighting game stuff. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of emotions towards characters like Goki and Geese in Tekken 7, not least because they were like extremely powerful, and it's been like they introduce a lot of quirks to the system that 2D fighting game players would be familiar with, but Tekken players might not. So yeah, I understand that there was definitely some controversy and friction around those characters, but ultimately I think it's still I think they did a lot to provide a like a jumping on point for Tekken beginners. And I think just as a game design kind of I guess thought experiment is not the right expression for it, but from a complete like from an academic sort of game design sense, like how would you do this of putting a 2D character in a 3D game? How would you bridge the gap between Street Fighter mechanics or KOF mechanics and Tekken mechanics? I think it's really cool. I think they did that about as well as you could possibly expect them to. Yeah, Homer was in Soul Calibur. Yeah, that has a bunch of guests, but I guess not many of them are from fighting games, right? Because there's like Geralt and 2B. And Homer, is that it for that game? They've always had a bunch of guests, of course, but generally not from other fighting games. And Sam Show itself has like a bunch of guests too, right? Man, that game is cool. I wish it didn't come out when it did and had terrible online. But maybe we'll get a sequel to it, who knows? Yeah, Sam Show has Biken most recently, who seems pretty cool. And it's got Chad Warden from For Honor, and it's got some like Chinese mobile game characters. Yeah, that game makes me a little sad. I wish I had been able to get more into it, because it's a really, really cool game.
The newcomers.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, like, I mean, I'm still, I've never been shy about saying that I really want to play Tekken Cross Street Fighter, and I really hope that game materializes one day. And I think Tekken 7 does nothing to quell those feelings, because seeing what they did with that, to me, proves that they could absolutely... They could create representations of those characters that I would feel familiar and comfortable with, yet it would be, by a wide margin, like, new and fresh and interesting enough that it would be an exciting new experience. Like, when it was first announced and talked about, I mean, I'm not big into Tekken. I haven't ever been, really. For a while, I tried to get into Tekken 5, but my experience with Tekken has mostly been, I can enjoy pressing buttons and fucking around in it, but the moment it starts getting a little more serious and I get a little more exposed to how the game is really played, I get really frustrated and kind of annoyed. I've enjoyed watching Tekken 7. Tekken 7 is really the first Tekken I've genuinely really enjoyed watching. So I you know, I like the game more than I dislike it, I suppose. It's just the gameplay system and mechanics I'm just like not super fond of. I just get kind of frustrated with it. So at the time when the crossover was first announced and it was sort of, you know, said, it was sort of explained that Capcom and Namco would each kind of make their own take on it, similar to how Capcom and SNK had done in the past. My main kind of interest in Tekken Cross Street Fighter was like, well, I would love to see what it looks like. I would like to see a different interpretation of these characters I enjoy. I don't know if I'm gonna like playing it, but I would be interested in seeing it. But with the guest in Tekken 7, that to me really like sort of changed into, man, I think I trust that this would actually be something I would enjoy playing. Being able to kind of work around some of the things I dislike about Tekken a little bit. But ultimately just getting a different, like, I just think it's always cool to see a different perspective on characters you're familiar with, based on, you know, someone else's interpretation. Like, I think the SNK characters in CVS, aside from the aesthetics, I don't like, and even that's very mixed. Like the the SNK character in the CVS games are like pretty weird and whack to me. I remember trying, like, when CVS 1 came out and I played that on Dreamcast, like, using Ryo was like, what the fuck is this character? Like, I've always liked using Ryo in KOF, but in CVS 1, he was, like, slow and weird and ugly and, ugh. Like, Kyo and Iori don't look very good and they feel weird. But it's, like, it's a mixed bag. I think Mai and Joe are definitely cool. I think Beast, they did well. Mazaki, it's alright. But like, Terry, Kyo, Iori, and Ryo, I think they all like, they kind of fucked him up. Yuri is not that cool. Who else? I don't know. So, but even so, just having those versions exist and be out there has inherent value. Yeah, CVS Terry is awful. Like, he's so bland and flat looking. His like idle stance doesn't look right. But there was a lot of cool stuff, like CVS 1 especially, like all the stages, like the crossover, there was a lot about it to sort of love. And SVC Chaos, it's a terrible mess of a game. It's really not good, and it's got a lot of issues on so many different levels. But seeing, like, both in terms of what the sprites look like, how they're drawn, seeing, like, what they did with the moveset, even stuff like dialogue and endings and stuff like that, because they put that in the game, the Midnight Bliss, like, there's so many different things to sort of discover and enjoy. And I mean, it's the same thing when we get these guest characters, like seeing Baiken and Sam Show or whatever it is, like, seeing what that interpretation looks like in a different graphical style or in a different sort of mechanical environment. Tabitha SPC, I don't know. Yeah, it's not my type of character really, but it's a mixed bag too, right? Because I think Chun-Li is really cool. I think her sprites there are nice. Like, she's clearly based on the sort of it's actually interesting because Chun-Li is sort of like some of the characters in SVC Chaos, like Hugo is like straight up traced from Third Strike, but he's like scaled wrong, so he's like 50% too big. He's so fucked up. And Chun-Li's like sort of obviously based on CVS 2 / Third Strike Chun-Li, but not exactly that either. And she has like the tension, the command grab I mentioned, where she flips over the opponent. She has like her Exceed, which is like the ultimate ultra super whatever, is basically the Tencho kick. But I think she has that as a regular special move too, which she didn't have in those other games, I think. Boxer is an edited Heavy D. I don't know, I can neither confirm nor deny that. I just know that he has a sick idle stance, which I guess is similar to Heavy D. Fight! And he's a good example though. I think he looks sick, because I think Boxer just doesn't look good in the alpha games. I think he's really cool in Street Fighter V, but his like the sprites he had in the CPS2 games, just I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, I didn't think he looked great in Street Fighter 2 either. But he's got like this kind of menacing aura. But he also has some like weird new moves, which is actually to a degree similar to some of the stuff he has in 5, interestingly enough. Sagat was fucking sick. He's like 8 feet tall, super buff, but also not like Hulk. I mean, he is hulking for sure, but what I liked about SVC Sagat, like that's my favorite version of Sagat for sure. He looks like the Street Fighter 2 Turbo era artwork, where he is he's got broad shoulders but a very narrow waist, and he's got kind of skinny limbs. He's extremely muscular, but he's not like thick the way he is in like Street Fighter Alpha and most later games. Aren't most of the Street Fighter sprites and CVS Alpha sprites?
Fatal Fury 2.
Yes and no. To a large degree, yes. But in CVS 2 especially, more of them are not. Because, like in CVS 1, the only characters that they completely redrew were like Juken, Gorky, and Dictator. In CVS 2, they updated all of Chun-Li's sprites, so she is a completely new CVS sprite. So like I guess none of the other Street Fighter characters were updated or removed per se, but like percentage-wise, CVS 1, it's like you got the SNK character with the new sprites and the Capcom characters with the old sprites, except a couple of them. But in CVS 2, of course, all the other added characters had new sprites. So like Yoon, for example, has brand new sprites. He doesn't have like Street Fighter 3 sprites. But a lot of them are from the alpha games. But then you have the weird things like Dan. Dan in CVS has like this weird half and half. It's like the basis of his sprites are from the alpha games, but they redrew it in this weird hybrid resolution with like double width pixels. Because the CVS sprites and the alpha sprites are in different resolution. So it's like they scale the sprite up to the lowest common denominator, basically, and then it's like squashed down to proportion. So like they redrew Dan's head, but it's drawn in a different resolution from the rest of his sprites. It's like super strange. But if you like extract the sprite data and like look at it, like that's how it adds up. It's really weird. Yeah, Dan is like super weird. But then also they have every character has like new animations, but they're still of course made in the original style to be consistent. For like running and rolling and stuff like that. Yeah, Dhalsim was a character that looked really cool. He had like very rubbery arms and legs, so they sort of swirl around and like snap into place. Like when he throws a punch, the arm goes like rubbery on its way back, and then it sort of snaps into place. Like it's a really interesting, like the animation technique applied on Dhalsim is really cool. I'm trying to remember, like Guile I remember looked okay, but his hair is like gigantic for some reason, and that looks a bit silly. Yeah, because all the bosses, like Sagat, as I mentioned, looked excellent. He's one of my favorite. Claw, I think, looked pretty good too. Kind of unremarkable, I suppose. He looked good. Not a Street Fighter character, but Dimitri, I think, is interesting in SVC. In Darkstalkers, Dimitri is like pretty slim. Like he's not a big character. He's like kind of average. He's not like big and imposing, really. And I don't know if this was like deliberate because now he's fighting humans or whatever. But in SVC, he is like huge. And the cool thing they did is like for a lot of his moves, he transforms into his like bat demon form for like a single frame or whatever. Like he throws a kick, and then when the kick hits, like in that frame, he's just like in bat form. But I thought it was a pretty cool thing. And I'm like trying to remember who was in that game. Zero was in it from Mega Man Zero. He's got a kind of a weird looking sprite. Definitely the same artist who drew some of the stuff from like KOF 03. Like he's got that same kind of chipmunk face look to him as Marin and Yuri in 03, and like Ai from Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. But yeah, Hugo is the most fucked up. Hugo is like I said, they just like someone did the math wrong somewhere, because Hugo is like in Third Strike or Street Fighter 3, whatever. Like the top of Ryu's head goes up to like, you know, somewhere in the middle of Hugo's chest. In SVC Chaos, Ryu's head like goes up somewhere around Hugo's waist, and Hugo's head is like up at the life bars. So he's like way too big. And because his sprites are like straight up traced from Third Strike, they're well done. Like in a vacuum looking at the sprites, they're not ugly or poorly made, but they don't add any interesting flavor. There's like no real elements in like SVC Hugo that weren't already present and kind of better looking in Street Fighter 3, which is pretty disappointing. And then, of course, you know, from a gameplay standpoint, Hugo, because he's gigantic, like his stand heavy kick, which is the drop kick, like in Street Fighter 3, yeah, that might whiff on crouching opponents, but in SVC Chaos, it can whiff on standing opponents. Like Ryu can stand in front of Hugo, and Hugo will just throw a drop kick over here and whiff, which is like, that's not a very good normal. He had parries, which was kind of interesting. They gave him like Street Fighter 3 style with giant air quotes parries, except they had like startup frames. I don't remember if they cost meter, but they were like trash. Hugo was basically, I don't know if he's like the lowest bottom tier that's ever been in a fighting game, but I feel like he would be in that conversation because he was just like, I don't know if there's high-level tricks to make him playable, but he's one of those characters you just touch the game and instantly you go like, what's going on with this character? Like, he can't do shit. Like, throw ranges in SVC Chaos are absurdly short, and that goes for command throws as well as normal throws. So Hugo, like, Hugo's so gigantic that, like, he has to, like, he has to overlap the other character's sprites. They have to be like beyond point blank for any of his throws to work. And he is like this gigantic target that can't avoid stuff. His normals whiff. Like his standing heavy punch, the clothesline, that will also whiff on like standing opponents. And the funny thing is too, like, not only are some of those characters just unbelievably trash, SVC Chaos also happened to have like absurdly, obviously super god tier characters. Also, like, the balance in that game was a bit of a joke. Geese had a super easy infinite where you do like close kick into forward heavy kick, where he does this like roundhouse kick, which gave you like frame advantage enough on hit that you could dash in and do another close C into forward D, and you could just repeat that. That was just his infinite. I know that Zero had also an infinite where he could, he had this twirling spear attack. He would jump into the air and like twirl his spear above his head. And I think he could, like, in any number of ways, he could launch the opponent into the air, and he could sort of catch up to them and do the spinny thing to launch the opponent into the air. He would land, and then he could jump up and do the same thing, and he could just loop that. So I remember there being some, like, day one infinites like that. But the game is busted in so many different ways. And it's a shame, too, that there's also, like, it's a weird game because not only is it busted, for all the nice and cool things you can see about like certain characters, the way they're drawn or what they have, you know, their moves and whatever else, there's also so many questionable aspects of like the stages. Like, the game has this weird premise, I guess, it's not really made super explicit, about this sort of apocalyptic thing going on. So like every stage in the game is like super desolate and empty. There are a few nice looking stages. Green of Forest is probably my favorite. It's got this nice little river. It's got a great song. Because the music is mostly pretty shit in that game too, but that stage has a good song. There's like this temple, there's this abandoned train station in the desert or whatever. Alright, Taco, thanks for stopping by. We're gonna be wrapping up here pretty soon. I just, I can't stop myself from ranting and raving about SVC Chaos, I guess. But yeah, like, compared to CVS 1 especially, which had all these, like, fan-servicey cool stages that referenced games from both companies, all these characters and like all these interactions, and you know, it felt very exciting. SVC Chaos, by comparison, felt very drab and sort of, I'm not sure what word I would use for it exactly, but it's whatever the opposite of festive is. And I mean, it had fun touches like the dialogue. Like every matchup in the game has a unique dialogue between the characters, and that's definitely a fun fan servicey touch. But you know, knowing what KOF has done so many times with cool little cameos and stages and stuff, like all these cool crowd stages, man, you just would have loved to have seen that and seeing these like references and like just loving tribute to both companies throughout the game. Like the fucked up thing is that there is some of that in the game with the endings and the boss fights and everything, but all that stuff is like really difficult to access and not super obvious. The game has a bunch of boss fights, and the game has like 8 or 12 hidden characters or something. Because both sides have like mid-bosses. There's Orochiori and Violent Ken. And I think like Dimitri and Zero and some of those characters were also like hidden or time release or something. And the game has a system where you have to like hit a certain rank to get access to the boss characters, and you achieve that by like getting X number of super KOs. And I think time might be a factor too, so you have to like go fast enough. You want to have at least one perfect or something. Like it's very gatekeepy like that. So you do a couple of fights, and then you fight either Orochiori or Violent Ken, and then you do a couple more fights, and then depending on how you do, you fight, I think, if I remember correctly, because there's Shingoki and Honki ni Natta Mr. Karate, Serious Mr. Karate. I forget if there's like a version if you fight regular Mr. Karate first and then you fight Serious Karate. I forget if it's like that, but it might be. And Serious Mr. Karate is well, he's no joke. I'll tell you that. He has infinite meter, and like he will use like his supers. He can cancel supers into supers, and he has like infinite iframes on his super uppercuts. It's just absurd. It's completely absurd. And Shingoki is not too different.
Fight!
But unless you like, and those boss fights are ridiculous enough. And under most like sort of human normal circumstances, once you defeat those boss fights, that's the end of the game. You don't get credits or anything, I think. You definitely don't get an ending. Maybe credits, but then it ends. So what you're supposed to do is like you have to like rank up and get those good scores and results and whatever. And if you do, then after Serious Mr. Karate or Shingoki, you get to fight either Red Arimer or Goddess Athena. And the fucked up thing is that like Goki, Mr. Karate, those two characters have like the coolest stages in the game. So those kind of are rare to come by because they're boss character stages. Mr. Karate's theme song is also actually pretty cool in the game. And then you have like Athena and Red Arimer boss fights, which are super ultra fucked up. Like Arimer, he just summons a bunch of different demons and monsters, and it's like an obstacle course from hell. Quite literally, I guess, because you're like in hell, I think, when you're fighting him. And then when you're fighting Athena, you're like in this heaven stage that's, I guess, a little bit similar to the KOF 13 final stage, with like obnoxious cloud effects and stuff, if I recall. And she will just have all kinds of invincible cheap moves and shit. So then, I forget what specifically determines whether you fight Red Arimer or Athena, but depending on which boss you get, the ending will be slightly different. There's like some arc where you're either in heaven or hell, basically, and then you get like a character ending. So I mean, I guess the game has endings, which is cool. You wouldn't necessarily take that for granted in these kind of crossover fighters. But to get there is like so absurd with all these different boss fights and stuff, because it's just like, the game's just not that fun to play. And Yeah, SNK had a lot of weird ideas with stuff like that around that time for that game and for Neo Geo Battle Coliseum and whatever else. There are definitely things to like about SVC Chaos, but ultimately I think it's a pretty disappointing game. Before I forget here, let me update my spreadsheet for Real Bout Fatal Fury 2. I played that on 22/03/11. I guess it's technically 12th now because it's past midnight, which means that it's definitely time for me to wrap up. But thank you for keeping me company. I enjoyed chatting about fighting games that I like and maybe not like so much. Yeah, this has been fun, as it always is. High highs and low lows today, maybe. Although, I don't know, Fight Angel has its charm. Some real SNK goodness tonight, which I'm very happy about. Thank you again, Glowforge, for gifting me Last Blade. I will be adding that to the list, so that'll be available for next time. As well as maybe Fight Angel Special Edition. I'll look into that, I guess. So, tomorrow, I would normally stream from 1 p.m. However, tomorrow I have an appointment in the afternoon, which means I won't be able to stream in my regular hours. I think, probably, I will stream in the evening, European time. So basically my regular streaming time, around 6 p.m. maybe. Maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later, I'm not sure. I cannot rule out the possibility of it just being a little clunky and awkward scheduling-wise, so I may end up not streaming at all tomorrow. I think I will, but I'm not entirely comfortable promising that I will. I'll definitely not be streaming from 1 p.m., I'll say that much. So keep an eye out. I'll try to keep y'all updated on Discord and Twitter. Let me post some links here for those who want to have those on hand. I do regularly stream Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, with the occasional bonus Friday stream like tonight. But if you want to stay on top of updates to stream schedules, other goings on, if you want to see my artwork or whatever else, I would recommend, if you're so inclined, that you give me a follow on Twitter or join my Discord. So I'll post some update tomorrow when I know how things are going to shake out. But if things work out the way I expect and hope, we will continue our journey through the history of Taito arcade games on the Ebert 2 Mini. I just realized right now, someone asked me, I forgot who it was, if I made any headway in Legend of Kage. We saw the end of stage 3. We made it to the roof of the castle wall stage. I didn't quite clear it. That's about as far as we got. So we're going to continue the Taito arcade lineup from 1985 whenever that happens. Probably tomorrow, but possibly Monday, I suppose. Thank you once again for hanging out and making this a enjoyable endeavor as always. Let me figure out who else is streaming though, and who we're going to raid. So please stick around for that. What is going on? Let's see. Well, we can go say hi to Sean. Why not? Do Mega Man 8. That sounds like a good time. Well, thank you again. Take care, and I'll see you soon.